Welcome, everybody, to the next Mammalz Community Spotlight event. Hold on with me a little bit here while we're figuring out some technical difficulties. Of course, it always goes this way. Um, for those of you on Twitch watching, I think you finally have a stream. We were struggling to get it there for a little bit, but if anybody's experiencing any technical difficulties, just send us a message in the chat and we'll try to figure it out. But anyway, now that we have everything working, I'm so happy that we're here. It's been, again, a adventure getting to this point. This is the third Mammalz Community Spotlight that we have run. And it's the third generation of the technology that we're using to run it. So each time we've kind of had to start from scratch, and I appreciate any patience that you all have as we move through this event. So I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Alex Finden. I am one of the co-founders of Mammalz. I am a total underwater ocean nerd, but I'm becoming quite the nature geek about pretty much every other aspect of nature, science, and adventure. I have been with Mammalz for almost 4 years. We started off as a social platform for all things nature, and for a variety of reasons, we've kind of migrated and repurposed what it is that we're doing to achieve the same mission. And so now we have these events. We have an ecosystem of creators in the nature, science, and adventure space who help us tell stories about the natural world from their perspectives in a live format. We're working toward building our own live platform at the moment that will be much like a Twitch for nature. But in the meantime, we like to gather on places like Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. We have a Discord for our creators. And we're hoping to expand that community as this grows. There are some other fun ventures coming up here that you'll find out about if you subscribe to our newsletter and follow us on social. Everywhere at Mammalz PBC. The PBC stands for Public Benefit Corporation. Everything that we do is equally weighed between profits and achieving our mission. So yeah, so Mammalz Community Spotlight. So this is, sorry, let me check in with chat here. If you are here, say hello in the chat. You'll show up on the side of the screen here, but I'll be able to see everybody all day coming in from YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. I'll be relaying all of your messages to the creators as they go live. So they'll be able to answer any questions that you have or any comments that you have for them about their content. Yeah, so as we move along here, sorry, you can tell that I'm a little frantic. Like, it always just comes down to the last second working, and I was watching the countdown timer with 20 seconds to go, so deep breath. So the way that today will work is we have half a dozen creators from different parts of the US. They're each going to be telling stories from their own perspectives, helping you connect to nature the way that they connect to nature. Today, we're all communicating within the theme of outdoors for everyone. We're here to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in the outdoors today, which brings me to our beneficiary Outdoors Empowered Network. So we're fundraising for Outdoors Empowered Network through Tiltify all day. You'll see this QR code in the corner here. You can scan that at any time to send a donation. You'll also see some messages in the live chat every once in a while that will have a link for those of you who are watching on mobile, if you want to just have a quick link to go over and donate. Outdoors Empowered Network is a network of different organizations that all have similar missions in trying to connect usually youth, usually underrepresented youth, to the outdoors who may not normally have equitable access to the outdoors. And so Outdoors Empowered Network provides those organizations with gear libraries, education programs, leadership opportunities, ways that they can ensure that these different communities all over the place have equal access to the outdoors, to education about the outdoors, to the equipment that they need to go on these adventures. And so all of the money that we raise today is going to go toward the equipment library. And for every $1,000 that we raise, we will be able to help 260 people with this equipment go on 52 different weekend adventures. That's a full year of adventures. This gear lasts for usually about 5 years. So over that span of time, you're affecting 260 people who didn't have an opportunity to do this before now, or who maybe just needed a little inspiration, a little extra investment in their outdoor adventures. And so I really encourage you, if you can at least just make $1 donation, anything helps us contribute toward that goal. We're going for 3,000 to see if we can get 3 full sets of gear, but every $1,000 that we raise is something to celebrate. You will hear from Seraph, who is the executive director of Outdoors Empowered Network, after the brief intermission that we'll have this afternoon. And you can ask her any questions you want. She's an amazing speaker. She's going to be interviewed by our own Pam Voth, and they're going to have a pretty cool discussion about why it's so important that we are helping provide equitable access to the outdoors. Let's see who's in the chat here. Margot, nice to see you. Arun, thanks for jumping in. Himani, nice to see you. Yes, Himani, I'm looking forward to you participating in one of the next events. Himani was one of the creators at our first event. She did a wonderful job. Hello, Pam. So I'm going to be chit-chatting a little bit until we reach 9:30 Pacific, which is in about 8 minutes. And then we're going to jump into a break segment. During that time, I'm going to help our first creator, who goes by Queer Brown Vegan. Super cool guy, so knowledgeable. He has a really cool perspective on what it means to be sustainable. And he's going to have a pretty interesting discussion about the public relationship with climate change and how that sort of affects our emotional state and well-being and what we can do to make that a healthy relationship. So he'll be a great way to kick this whole thing off. I do need to make sure that he and the rest of the creators today all have their equipment working. They're all streaming in from their own unique live stream setups, and it's coming through me, and then I'm sending it out to all of you. And so during each of those break segments, you'll be watching some content that I've assembled for you. You'll be answering trivia questions, going and getting a snack or a drink. And meanwhile, I'll be in the background trying to make sure that all of the technology is working. And if for whatever reason it's not, we have this be right back screen, which you've already seen because my technology wasn't working. And we'll just pop that thing up. If you see the be right back screen, you'll just watch some pretty images while I figure out what's going on in the background. We'll switch back over and then we'll be back in the game. But hopefully we don't have too many technical problems today. We've spent the last 4 weeks preparing for this. I've gone with each creator and done some technical tests before this point. It's been a journey for most of them, considering that most of them have very little to no streaming experience. And so this is kind of an experiment for all of us today, but for a very important cause that we all feel very passionate about. So thank you all for showing up and encouraging us to succeed at today's event. I would love if everybody who's watching could say hello in the chat that they're coming from. I'll do my best to forward those messages. I do see that we're having some issues with sending messages to certain platforms. So I'm going to work on refreshing that while we go into this be right back phase before the next segment. So while we have a few more minutes, I would actually love to talk about why it's so important that we're talking about outdoor access and equitable access to outdoors. So from my perspective and my experiences, going outside has always meant, mountain biking, skiing, climbing, hiking, traveling, all things that have a hefty price tag on them. But these are things that we've been exposed to primarily because of the representation in the media of what it means to be outdoors. And often the representation in media also is focused on people who look like me, right? And this has been the case not just in outdoor adventure, but also in wildlife film. That was the industry that myself and my co-founders were all in prior to founding Mammalz, what we still are in this industry. And it's a major problem there. Like, we're pretty much only told stories about wildlife from one perspective. And it's created this global understanding of what it means to to go outside and to connect with nature and to have a relationship with nature and how we look at wildlife. And this is a fairly recent phenomenon because of media representation. Of course, everybody in the world goes outside. Pretty much everybody has their own unique way of relating to nature. There is a disconnect forming now that we're all sort of in this virtual space and we don't have a lot of constant ways to connect and find new inspiration about how to connect to nature. That's part of what Mammalz hopes to achieve in this virtual space. Where was I going with that? So the issue with the way that we all currently see nature is that it is from this one perspective that has just been proliferated through media. And until we actively change that and show different perspectives, show different ways of connecting with nature, especially through traditional cultural practices and just other local communities' ways of connecting to nature, the global perspective won't change. And if the global perspective doesn't change, we sort of maintain this barrier to entry for interacting with nature and the outdoors. And if that barrier is there, we create this massive inequity when it comes to connecting to nature, but it doesn't have to be that way. And so with help from places like Outdoors Empowered Network, we can provide equipment that people need to connect in the ways that we have been communicating about. But we can also educate people about more traditional ways of connecting to nature that don't require $1,000 of equipment, you know. And so we're hoping that through today's event, some of the people that we're going to be spotlighting can provide their own perspectives on this issue and can show you the ways that they connect to nature that have been so successful for them, regardless of what kind of access they might have. And hopefully as Mammalz grows, we can continue introducing new faces with new perspectives so that we can have a more accurate global understanding of what it actually means to have a relationship with nature. So, all right, that is enough ranting for me. I will let everybody continue chit-chatting in the chat while I figure out how to get all of you in the same place so you can see each other. I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to jump over with Isaiah, with Career Brown Vegan, and make sure that he's ready to go. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Outdoors Empowered Network is a national membership organization that is committed to increasing access and equity for the outdoors. And so the core model that we use, that all of our members use around the country, is to build gear libraries where folks can borrow gear for either free or reduced cost, and then also training programs so that people can learn how to go out and take their families out, take their students out into the outdoors, whether camping or hiking, so that they can do that safely and with the skills that you need to know your way around that process.
My name is Jackie Rodilla. I work for Get Outdoors Leadville, and my job in that organization is to manage everything gear library and family engagement and programming.
At Outdoors Empowered Network, we have gear libraries across the country, from the San Francisco Bay Area to Seattle to Austin, Texas to Boston.
The best thing about the Outdoors Empowered Network is the fact that you are a network. You hold hands, you reach across, you work together, and you share each other's successes and each other's challenges.
The network to me is this amazing community of professionals and dedicated, passionate folks that want to help people get outdoors. And I see that there's this common bond that I have with them, and it's an opportunity to share our knowledge, our experiences, our successes and our failures, so that together we can learn from one another and be able to do the work that we want to do to help get particularly young people, in my case, outdoors, and just to do that work even better.
Part of increasing access to the outdoors is being very upfront and acknowledging the challenges, the historical challenges around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And at Outdoors Empowered Network, every day we're looking at different ways to increase access and to make sure the way that we're approaching the outdoors is from a very culturally inclusive way. A lot of people don't grow up camping, they don't know how to take their kids out camping or their classes out camping, and Outdoors Empowered Network works with communities to empower the whole community to shift its culture around getting kids outdoors. And finally, every contribution really impacts our ability to continue to go out there and to do this national work and to seed and support gear libraries on the national stage.
Um, Hello, everyone. My name is Isaiah Hernandez. I am super excited to be here today, especially with invitation from Mammalz. I am an environmental educator, and I am the creator of Career Bound Vegan. It's an educational platform that discusses a variety of environmental issues, such as environmental justice, veganism, zero waste, sustainability, foraging. So I do a lot of things on my page, but I really am a primary environmental educator. My passion for environmentalism started when I was very young, inspired by injustice, and ended up getting my bachelor's of science at University of California, Berkeley, for environmental science. So my passion for environmental research, creativity, and design have always existed in some way. So today I kind of wanted to really talk about an important framework that I've kind of talked about. I don't have any images to show you all, but I will be sure to link that blog post live or the climate scale graphic that you would have seen. But today we're examining a very unique scale framework that I created a few months ago. This is actually during Southern California fires back in 2020. And for me, I created the climate scale, which is a range of emerging emotions and feelings that help individuals navigate where they are situated and how to better understand themselves during the climate crisis. And this scale was obviously using terms coined by sustainability professor Glenn Albrecht, who I am a big fan of their work. And so this scale framework goes beyond what we think about climate anxiety. This is because a lot of the times, a lot of people in Western worlds believe that climate anxiety is the only thing that we're currently facing. And so it's super important that we dissect all of these terms and what they're trying to say for each other. And yeah, I think like another, so to get into the scale framework, we kind of start off from the very top to the lowest. So before we even talk about anxiety, right, we have to understand like natural disasters are increasing due to the climate crisis, and this will further put strains on resources for those who are already on the front lines. This is composed specifically of Black, Indigenous people of color, people who are undocumented, people who are disabled, people who are queer and trans, people who are immunocompromised. Thinking about like who is the most going to be affected, and all of us within our own family member networks or friends, we have one of friends or a family member that is in the front lines right now. So it's super important that we share these resources about it. But to kind of get situated about how to talk about this scale framework is that these earth-based mental health issues should be talked about more in climate justice models. In many Indigenous and Black, Indigenous people of color cultures, there is very rich culture in emotions within the environment and how we feel with the environment, not separated. And so I'm trying to really get people to start thinking about these terms to help hopefully allow them to feel more at ease. So the first word I'm going to talk about is euteria. This was coined by Glenn Albrecht that looks into the feeling of being interconnected to Earth and finding peace. For so long, a lot of the times we separate Earth and nature apart from humans, but in this concept that's saying euteria, it's saying that we are interconnected to the Earth, and those who experience euteria have this feeling, especially when you're very young, you have this a feeling of being connected with the earth. And this is why you see a lot of children growing up being in the outdoors or having that time to be outside in the grass or the soil, the land. They feel so happy to be around there. And I think as we become more of a digital technological era, it's not to say that we've been separated from nature or the land. It's just a lot of the opportunities that are out there for environmental equity does not exist as much as it did before. So euteria for a lot of us, we've all experienced this emotion. It's really looking at the main theme of the interconnectedness of the whole. The second term I really wanted to talk about is shout out to Alpine Days for their donation to Outdoors Network. Thank you so much again. I wanted to say about soliphilia, right? The second term, right? So when something happens in our environment, such as you walk down, there used to be a beautiful orchid of trees nearby, there used to be a fruit tree in your neighborhood, and then you see it get demolished 10 years later after you come back and you see an abandoned house becoming into a private luxury studio apartment. So this soliphilia is what it's saying is that it looks into the love and the appreciation for a location, bioregion, and planet that is deeply rooted in that interconnectedness. And many people have this embedded relationship with their home environments that allows them to kind of cultivate or regenerate and construct healing practices that are circular and unison, meaning that it's often like this it's like nostalgia, right? Where you feel like, wow, I miss going there as a child to this abandoned park or abandoned area. And now it's no longer there. What's built there is some restaurant or some house, it's something else. And so a lot of times people lose this environmental diversity in their own neighborhoods that they don't really recognize until years later. So thinking about that is the love for the place. And the next one um, is sorry, that was nostalgia. Soliphilia is the love for the place. So a lot of us grew up in different regions. I grew up in residing in Dongbulan, Los Angeles, California. And so a lot of us have this deep appreciation for ever where we're born or where we had most of our life spent, especially in our younger years. And this allows us to become more experts in our environment because this allows us to understand the instant changes that are happening around us. So it's really important that we kind of keep this above. The next term I kind of want to talk about is eco anxiety. And eco anxiety is widely talked about today on the media, right? It's the anxiety of the future about for the natural environment or for the future of the planet. And this type of anxiety can worsen as the climate crisis continues to create a toll on a lot of communities. And so when we see headlines on the news like rising carbon dioxide levels or emission levels or land deforestation, oceans collapsing, increasing global mean temperatures, this kind of creates a society of a heightened fear of like, what am I going to do next? And so eco anxiety for me, I started to experience it in college when I was taking classes because I didn't know what to really expect about what was going to happen. Like, what is it? What's the point of me doing an environmental science degree? What's the point of me actually even talking about this when literally our planet is on fire? So, eco anxiety is something that has evolved really a lot, and I think more and more younger generations are concerned about the future of the planet. And even myself as a millennial, this is something that's really deeply in me. The next term I kind of wanted to introduce in the scale framework is eco paralysis, right? So, eco paralysis is this inability to respond to the climate crisis that the society is currently facing. It's not to say that people are um, scared or they don't care. When people are in this state of everything is unfolding to them, meaning that the reality they thought they upheld, the reality they lived, is no longer surviving or sustainable, they kind of just shut down or just are disengaged because they don't know how to process those things. And so it's super important that for people that appear apathetic and disengaged when this reality unfolds, that they are validated for this emotion that might be eco paralysis. It's not to say it's avoidance or apathy, but it's more about what is really happening to these communities. And so I think a lot of the times when we're trying to frame it as a climate crisis, my early studies learning about climate change was the fact that it was phrased as global warming. And every time we opened our textbooks in science, it was talked about global warming in the global south or in a different country, never in America. And so I think has socially conditioned people in the Western countries to think where they live, where they're at is the most pristine, the most security, the most safest way to live. But I think that imagery now is being disrupted, and which is why you've seen in a lot of countries, especially what happened in Germany a month ago, 2 months ago, I believe, they literally were interviewing the people what they thought, and a lot of rich people that had lived in those environments or in that area were surprised, saying they thought it was going to happen to a different poor country, or they would never have thought it was going to happen to them. And so that also comes with this like ecological classism and privilege, right? So like who gets to experience the doom, who writes about the doom. So these are really important things that we kind of explore. The next emotion that I want to get into, we only have three more left, or four more left actually, is ego guilt, right? That feeling when one feels that they could have contributed more to the earth. I feel that for myself, especially as someone that grew up in Los Angeles and California, I felt my whole life I could have done much more things rather than learning about all of this terminology and policy in undergraduate. And I think a lot of us have this ego guilt knowing the fact that, like, as individuals, we have been disempowered by many systems. And so, how do we regenerate those collectivized powers to feel that? And I feel like a lot of the times, not everyone has that privilege to think about that. And so for me, I think that eco guilt is more rooted in the fact of saying that we all could do more in our part, whether it's going to protests, whether it's sharing resources, whether it's working with organizations. Like, what are we doing that allows us to become more closer and just for the environment and the future for our generation? So I have eco guilt till this day, and it's obviously something that I'm still working through. The next one I wanted to get into is eco grieving. And I think ecological grief, as you may know, was very popular in the last few years, especially with the West Coast fires. When I posted about ecological grief, which is basically the associated with the physical disappearance or degradation and death of species, ecosystems, landscapes, this type of grief is essentially noted by researchers as disenfranchised grief, or grief that is publicly not known or talked about. A lot of people in the West Coast fires lost their homes. I've talked to a lot of families that had their homes burned down, got separated from their family during wildfires. Like, they just didn't know what was going to happen to the environment. And as people like ourselves in different areas that may have not been in direct contact with the wildfire, but are still seeing the smog coming into our environment, we grieved ourselves thinking, this is not normal. How do we continue to act as human beings in this planet when in reality you don't get to have this time and time to actually reflect and to take space about that. So that's really about eco grieving. And the next one I wanted to go into is called tierra trauma. And it's this sudden grief or pain that people witness when witnessing a traumatic environmental change. And this is really kind of associated with land based trauma. People, especially indigenous communities, for multi generations, being displaced from their native lands. People who have witnessed natural disasters kill their family, take over their homes, kill their community members. A lot of first responders in a lot of natural disasters are equipped to physically protect a child if needed to be rescued, but they are not mentally prepared or do not have mental health resources to aid that child to allow them to process. And so, what ends up happening is that many people who are young are often left with a lot of mental health issues, being scared from natural disasters, maybe not being able to do as much as they want to. And so, these are really important things that we continue talking about, because terror trauma to me is really personal. I've seen a lot of friends being affected by natural disasters. And the last term I kind of want to include in the scale, as you can see, we go from this very loving emotion to this very traumatic, sad, angry, is ecological rage. And this rage from our anger is fury, it's power, and it stemmed from the system and the people in power, specifically in governments, that continue to allow this degradation of Earth, that Black Indigenous people of color globally have been either displaced, have had their natural resources extracted due to corporate GDP growth. And so a lot of this ecological rage is rooted in the fact of, like, we have a responsibility to address it, but governments and people in power that hold one of the most power in helping pass climate change policy have to be held accountable and have to recognize that this is something that is political. We cannot claim that climate change is apolitical, because that is not true. People are currently being harmed by this ecological crisis. So eco rage for me is something that I tell people, practice when needed, practice when sustainably needed. Obviously, anger can be looked in different forms, meaning that you take that anger and do writing instead. You take that anger, you produce film. You take that anger, you go on live streams. You go take that anger, you do more talks, you educate your community. And this is what kind of creates this sustainable activism for everyone, is that we're constantly engaging in this work for years rather than just 1 to 2 to 3 years. And then we're like, it's too much for me to handle. I can't do this. But yeah, this is kind of the whole what you should be thinking about the climate scales emotion framework. If you are very interested in learning more about climate emotions, I do recommend checking out Glenn Albert's book about climate emotions. He talks a lot about like eco anxiety and other things, but I also recommend you checking out the blog with the framework. It's a free download. It's literally a free blog post for you to kind of understand all these emotions and to help others. What techniques can we use to deal with these emotions? I love this, Pam. So techniques that you can easily use with this climate emotions is different types of ecotherapy practices. There's forest bathing that is known as Shinrin Yoku, I believe, that stemmed from Japan. And there's a lot of, I guess, what you say, forest bather teachers out there that can help teach. There's also gardening, like a lot of green related activities is really good, such as like gardening, horticulture, for example. It's known to reduce stress. There's also survival courses on wilderness, or what you would say like surviving in the outdoors, that really challenge people to get more. And so there's another activity I really like, which is really easy for kids, especially to teach them, is called sound mapping. And sound mapping makes you basically get a piece of paper, sit down in the middle of the field, anywhere in your backyard or whatever, sit down and do draw symbols of sounds that you hear. For example, if you hear a bird chirping on your right side, draw like that little bird sign. If you hear bushes like rumbling or the roses like moving, I think like that's what is super important. So um anyways, I think that is really what some things that you can easily do. And I think the other thing is also checking with your community. There is no such thing as you versus the planet. It's literally us as a community versus fighting for this regenerative change. So I really encourage you all to get to know your community, because community members probably have been working on climate solutions or have been wanting to express this and don't always. And it talks a lot about variety of different indigenous groups, and most specifically written from the Red Nation. That talks about like the importance of climate crisis and the oppression of people and animals and the environment. So I would definitely recommend reading that if you are looking to learn more and delve deeper into these climate emotions, because many of these terminologies are rooted in a lot of ancient wisdom. And so it's not to say that this has never existed. um, People from the land that grew up in the land have these deep relationships with the land, always knew dancing, arts, culture are essential for really making these relationships with nature. So, other than that, I don't have any other recommendations, but I hope you all have an amazing, great day.
Detroit's filled with so many diverse people, and not only ethnically. Detroit is just a hub for so many different people to come together. My relationship with nature, it was quite unique. I didn't spend much time in state parks or at playgrounds. That wasn't for me. But I come from a family where you weren't allowed to stay inside all day, so you had to go out. With Detroit being such an urban area, there's oftentimes communities that go without having any green space other than a front yard or backyard. Historically, people of color have been denied the audience with nature. So now that we don't have those segregation laws, more people of color are able to go to these places. But that still begs the question, Yes, they are able to go, but are they welcomed? The Environmental Stewardship Internship is a program that is facilitated through the Detroit Zoological Society. It's an opportunity for 16 to 19-year-old Detroit youth to learn job readiness skills that help them be successful in their personal, academic, and their personal life, as well as develop a relationship with nature. In this program, I hope that the interns are able to understand that there's a place for them in nature, and nature is accessible and also welcoming. There's so many health benefits just to being out in nature, and having that time for our interns is so critical, especially at this age as well. There's not enough of us out here giving these opportunities to the Detroit youth. A lot of the skills that we learn touch back to the job readiness skills. They learn how to be patient, how to work as a team, how to overcome barriers, but also they're learning about themselves. So they're learning self-confidence, how to push themselves through adversity.
This program is not just a job or an internship, it's about getting out and moving a lot. It's about going on different field trips that are still connected with nature, but you feel like you're not at work anymore, but you're still learning at the same time.
I tell people who are coming to join this program to definitely step out of your comfort zone. You do stuff that you never thought one day that you'll be doing. These are experiences that a lot of other people get to have that we might not necessarily have. Growing up in Detroit or the Detroit area, going to this campground that's right in our backyard, 15 minutes away, like that's an experience that I didn't know that I would have.
Each intern and group in this organization, everyone doesn't have the same background. So when you're all introduced to something that might be new to some people or just a refresher, helping one another understand the regular principles of nature is very fun.
As I'm teaching my interns and helping them build their identity, I'm building mine as well, which is a pretty cool experience. I feel that's authentic, but also feel like I'm walking a walk. I'm not out here saying, you can be in nature because that's just the way it is, but I'm sharing my life experiences and using those as stories to actually enlighten them and to bring them closer to nature. For the young people that are watching this video, I want them to know that nature is a place for them. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, no matter who you want to be, nature will help you get there. If you're going through a rough time, if you have trauma in your life, if you are stressed, if you're happy, if you want to be a better human, if you want to be a leader, nature is there. But it's up to us to actually preserve it. I'm challenging you to be a leader in your community. I'm challenging you to advocate for nature, advocate for the environment, advocate for the world.
Greetings, everybody. Man, so happy to be here with you. So excited to be a part of this Mammalz live stream to folks far and wide. My name is Garrett Dempsey. My pronouns are he, him, and I work for the Sierra Club as part of a collaborative in Detroit, Michigan called Detroit Outdoors. We work with Detroit Parks and Rec Department and the YMCA of Metro Detroit to try and get more Detroit youth and communities connected to nature. And we do that primarily through outdoor camping and overnight camping right in the city of Detroit. I'm actually tuning in from Rouge Park, Detroit's largest park, and that's where Detroit's only campground, Scout Hollow, is located. Really pleased to be here as part of a fundraiser and a large, this big online event to raise awareness about the Outdoors Empowered Network. It's a nationwide network that's really supported Detroit Outdoors as we've tried to get this youth camping program up off the ground and operational. And we'll get into more details about that coming up. But before we went any further, I just want to take a moment just to offer some thanks. Here, I want to hold up something for y'all. Hold up the camera so you can see it. Shake it a little bit, maybe you can hear the sound. What I'm holding here in my hand is a bag of manumin. This is a bag of wild rice that our friends, our Ojibwe friends up at the Keweenaw Bay Indian community, probably about an 8-10 hour drive from where I'm at right now, they harvested in northern Minnesota in the land of the Lake Superior band of Ojibwe. Right now, we're on Anishinaabe land here in Rouge Park in Detroit and in the Great Lakes area. And this wild rice, the reason I hold it up to you is just to sort of note that right where I'm at in Southeast Michigan, this is the rice moon. We're actually coming to the very end of the ricing moon in the calendar of the Nottawasepi Huron band of the Potawatomi, part of the Anishinaabe. Actually, we're just moving into, for our Ojibwe friends up by Lake Superior, into the next month, which is their ricing moon, because they're a little bit farther north. This rice has been such a central part of the relationship that the Anishinaabe have had with this area in the Great Lakes from time immemorial. And I would just like to say, like, in this special place that we get to do our work in Rouge Park, like right under my feet, the water that isn't getting picked up by the grass and the trees, it's just flowing maybe 100 yards over my shoulder to the Rouge River. And from the Rouge River, it flows down and makes its way into the Detroit River. The first French that came to this area, they called it Les Détroits de l'Lac-Guerre. For them, that Detroit River was the Strait of Lake Erie. Here we are hundreds of years later, and through all the trials and tribulations of the last several hundred years, Les Détroits simply became Detroit. And that's the city we live in. That's the city where I do this work with Detroit Outdoors. The French wouldn't have stayed here if not for the Anishinaabe and following the lead and seeing the way the Anishinaabe lived on this land. And part of that relationship was their relationship with wild rice. So I could say I wouldn't be here on this bench in this park talking to you all right now if not for manumin, this wild rice. And just like hundreds of years ago when the first French came, right now there are Anishinaabe all over the Great Lakes who are harvesting this wild rice and continuing that relationship with the land. To them, I would like to say thank you for being the stewards that they are of this space that we call the Great Lakes. The place in particular in Rouge Park that I'm tuning in from, I had mentioned the campground that we're at, that we have called Scout Hollow, but there is also just next to the campground where I'm at right now. I'm going to move the camera real gently so you can maybe see what's behind me. I'm at the historic police stables. Let me see if I can move the camera so you can see those horses. Yeah, there's some horses back there. This is historic stables basically being taken care of and stewarded by the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association. It's a group of Black veterans here in Detroit that stable their private horses here, and they take care of this stables, open it up to people from the community so they can come by and see some horses, many of them for the first time, Detroiters who had no idea that there was stables and horses, people growing corn right in the city of Detroit. And at the same time, they share the legacy and tell the story of Black veterans, not only here in Detroit in this area, but the connection that Black veterans have in the history of this country to public lands. Some of you may know the Buffalo Soldiers were some of the first stewards of our national parks. Around the early 1900s, Buffalo Soldiers were some of the first stewards in what was then an early version of Yosemite National Park and Giant Sequoia. And those Black soldiers were taking care of the park before a thing called the National Park Service existed. So there's such a rich history of connections to land and public land and history with Black veterans. I think what I would love to do is take a moment. I know I'm talking and talking and talking. I hope we get a chance to kind of talk a little bit, hear from you all. I think I should get into a little bit about what this camping program is I've been alluding to, and I appreciate all of you folks that have been making some donations already through this live stream event to Outdoors Empowered Network. I'm going to switch around the camera a second and show you sort of what your donation and support kind of looks like when it comes to getting youth outdoors. What I've got in front of me here, and it's going to take a minute, I think, for you all to be able to see it. But this is kind of what I'm looking at here in Rouge Park. Got a camping a tent, some example of our camping gear. Got a cook kit, stoves, tents, backpack. With the Outdoors Empowered Network members across the country, and what we do with Detroit Outdoors is we try to get more youth connected to nature by training the adults that already work with them. So in Detroit, what that looks like is we'll have overnight trainings where classroom teachers, block club leaders, members of like leaders in local churches, they'll actually camp with us overnight because they work with young people and they want to take those young people camping, many of them for the first time here in Detroit. And so we camp overnight, show them how to use this camping gear, which is a part of our gear library. And then once they go through that training, then they can lead camping trips here in Detroit, right in Rouge Park for Detroit youth. And they can see the stars, see the fireflies, like on a camping trip in their hometown for the first time. And so it's not me that's leading the camping trip, but really it's the adults that already work with those young people. And we can create some really meaningful experiences for those young people simply by providing access to camping gear, training, and a campground located right in the city. So when you support OEN, and thank you again for those of you who have been making donations, what you're supporting is this model of putting gear in the hands of caring adults that work with young people so that they can take those young people camping and really build some memories that can last a lifetime between them and those youth, their families and their communities, and really just make a stronger relationship between nature and young people all over this country. Want to see if there's any questions maybe that folks might have. In a second, we're going to sort of take a break, and I want to go to a different location so you can maybe see a different part of these stables and tell you a little bit more about the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association. But I'll just hold a minute, see if there's any questions. While I'm doing that, I'll talk a little bit about the gear that you see, not to get too into gear, but we're a camping group, we like gear. Those tents, that tent is actually a Eureka tent. It's called Eureka Assault 4. It's actually a tent that the Eureka makes for the United States government. Sometimes the U.S. military uses them. We like them because they're really strong tents. So we've learned through OEN, because there's network members that work with kids all over the country, that this tent actually is really good for holding up to all of the use repeated, with young people that are just learning how to camp for the first time. I see a question here from Pam. How many kids go camping each year in your program? So for Detroit Outdoors, we've had 2 full seasons of the youth camping program, and we've had between 200 and 250 Detroit youth camping right here in Detroit. And then we've also been growing into a partnership with the YMCA of Metro Detroit and a wilderness youth development program called Bold and Gold. And so with Bold and Gold, we've actually had between 10 and 25 Detroit teens not only camping here in Detroit, but then building on that experience and going backpacking in wilderness areas like in southern Indiana, in the Hoosier National Forest, up to the shores of Lake Superior to Pictured Rocks National Park. So we've actually been able to, sort of build on those first camping experiences here in Detroit and get kids camping in wilderness areas and backpacking out, in farther flung public lands. So thanks for that question, Pam. And we're hoping that number will grow. And we're hoping that as more and more young people become familiar with camping here in their own city, they'll want to try and go to other outdoor places in other parts of the country, in the Great Lakes, because there really is so much to offer. And it really is, it's their public lands. And we want to make sure all the young people in Detroit know that. Oh, I see a question here from Margot. What is the best story you have about the program and kids' experiences in nature for the first time? Whoa, there's a bunch to choose from here in Scout Hollow. I will say one of my favorites. I had mentioned a little bit about fireflies earlier. One of my favorites was when a group of rec center staff, the Detroit Parks and Rec Department, first they came and went through our training, and 2 out of 3, born and raised in Detroit, African-American, never camped before in their lives. They told us at the training, they're like, this is pushing my comfort levels a little bit, but they went through that training. And then a month and a half later, those along with some other Parks and Rec staff came out with youth from 5 years old to 12 years old from the Highland Recreation Center on the east side of Detroit. And it was just amazing seeing these recreation professionals who are such pros at working with young people, doing what they're so good at, but doing it in the park. They brought bikes and games to the campground. They went up to the pools and splashed around on the hot summer day with the kids. And then they barbecued for the kids. And as we got to evening time, the little kids, they were running around scaring trying to scare people. And when the kids went to bed, we're sitting there gathered around, the campfire. And there's a 5-acre meadow surrounded by 17 acres of forest. And it was as if someone had run string lights all throughout the trees around this meadow. And the fireflies were firing off almost like pulses of electricity, running light, just twinkling all throughout this meadow space, right in the middle of Detroit. It was like fireflies I'd never seen in my life, and it was just magical. And I was sitting there with that rec center staff who was camping now for her second time in her life, and she was just digging it. She said, it's as if people have been hiding something, a secret from me all these years. And she had just got turned on to camping, and she loved it. I see a question here from Laurel. So thanks for that question, Margot. Laurel said, how do teachers and Sunday school teachers find out about you? We work a lot through the networks of different teachers and youth organizations that we know personally. Like I said, Detroit Parks and Rec Department and the YMCA of Metro Detroit are partners in this. So these are institutions that have been, part of the Detroit community for decades. And so, we really try to get out through that network and word of mouth, and then, a little bit at a time, we bring these leaders out that want to try this. And then once they go through that training, then, they add to that network, and they can say to their colleagues or their neighbors, like, I went through this. This is great. I had this great experience with my youth. And so it's kind of word of mouth and social media as best as we can. So, hey, what I'd love to do is to take a break for a moment. I know maybe some of you might have seen a short video leading into this about one of our partners that went through our leadership training, but we've got about a 90-second story about one of our leaders that came to the training and the young people that they camp with here in Scout Hollow. And then I want to go to a different spot of these stables just to give you a taste of what else is happening here with the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association. So I'm going to switch to a different location while you all watch this video about one of our partners and how our program with Outdoors Empowered Network works here in Detroit.
The Environmental Stewardship Internship is a program that is facilitated through the Detroit Zoological Society. It's an opportunity for 16 and 19-year-old Detroit youth to learn job readiness skills that help them be successful in their personal, academic, and their personal life, as well as develop a relationship with nature. In this program, I hope that the interns are able to understand that there's a place for them in nature, and nature is accessible and also welcoming. There's so many health benefits just to being out in nature, and having that time for our interns is so critical, especially at this age as well.
This program is not just a job or internship, it's about getting out and moving a lot. It's about going on different field trips that are still connected with nature, but you feel like you're not at work anymore, but you're still learning at the same time.
This campground is right in our backyard, 15 minutes away. Like, that's an experience that I didn't know that I would have.
For the young people that are watching this video, I want them to know that nature is a place for them. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, no matter who you want to be, nature will help you get there. I'm challenging you to be a leader in your community. I'm challenging you to advocate for nature, advocate for the environment, advocate for the world.
Hey, Jimmy, in a second, I'm going to ask you to maybe come on, if I can, like, just turn the camera and you can just, I'll just talk to you a little bit about the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association. Awesome. Thank you. All right. All right. I'm back on. Well, hey, everybody. I hope you enjoyed seeing that video. Behind me, what you can see is the painting on the window here at the historic stables, Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association in Detroit. I can tell you, I have a memory of Ajay, who was in that video. When Ajay went through her leadership training with us here in Rouge Park, we came up, walked from the campground here to the stables, and all of the leaders going through that training spent some time here in the stables, just sort of saying hello to the horses and also the stable cat. And it really like enriched sort of the experience, their experience as leaders in this space, in this park. And it's really an important part of bringing young people from Detroit into Rouge Park, is this opportunity to connect with the stables, the horses, and the veterans here who are stewards of the space. I'm really excited that Mr. James Mills is here with me, and he's gonna share with us a little bit more about the story of the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association and what they do here in the park. So I'm gonna switch the camera around so we can get Jimmy right on our screen. And then if you have questions, folks, you can drop them in the chat, and I will be able to get them to Jimmy. Pan it around. Hey, Jimmy, how are you today?
I'm good. Welcome everyone to the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Center here in Rouge Park, the only place anywhere in the country that has horses in the city. And we're proud to be here.
Jimmy, can you tell us a little bit about maybe the stories and the heritage and the legacies that that are kept alive here by you all with the Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association?
Well, let's start with the barn itself. The barn itself is roughly about 150 years old. Prior to us obtaining the building, it was given to in the late 1900s, it was given to the National Guards. After the National Guards moved out, then the Detroit Mounted Division moved in. And when they moved out, we were able to take over the facilities and do the things that we do here. As of right now, I'm going on 18 years of being at this location.
Wow, that's amazing. And now, Jimmy, I know you said earlier today when I first arrived that you had maybe some groups that were going to stop by. I know a couple of you just went out to a back to school event. Can you talk a little bit about like your opportunities to welcome like Detroit youth into this space and what that's like?
Good. Well, we are 5013, and we welcome everyone up here.
They all say hello too.
And what we do is mostly we do the pony rides for kids, and being a 501c3, we just take a $5 donation to ride the kids around. Other than that, they can walk around, introduce themselves to the animals. They do talk back. As long as you got some carrots or sweet apples with you, red apples with you, they'll all come up to the fence. They're very, each one has different personality, as you'll see when you come up here just to hang out. It's something different, to be in the city of Detroit.
Jimmy, you just reminded me of a time we came and you were showing some youth around from the Boys and Girls Club. And I was joking that I was going to mimic what happened when one of these kids like reached out his hand. He was trying to take a picture of himself feeding the horse, and the horse took the carrot and his phone all in one bite. And the phone promptly was returned to him covered in saliva, and the kid's face was just shocked.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's basically what we do up here. It's all about the kids and introducing them to these large animals.
How many horses are in the stable? Someone asked.
We have 8 right now.
8?
All private owned.
All private owned. Can you tell us one of your favorite stories from this space?
When we were able to obtain the place from the city of Detroit.
Wow.
It took almost 2 years to
Almost.
convince the city that the building itself didn't need to be laid dormant and deteriorate. So when we took it off, we made some improvements in it to get us to the point that we're at now, some 18 years later.
That is just that hard work. And like, you know, I've only known this place since you all have been the caretakers and the stewards and welcoming people like myself into the space. You know, to imagine it laying dormant, I can imagine how much you wanted to, like, why you're so committed to turning this into what it is now.
Because I love kids.
Oh my God.
And it's all about the kids.
Yeah. Folks that are listening.
And not only that, but let's talk about the adults that never been on a horse, never been around a horse. We get that also, you know, and they also come here and overcome that little fear that they might have because of these big animals.
Yeah. Yeah. Really is. There's so much special about this. And it's one thing I've always appreciated. I'm saying this to the audience, but I'm saying it to you too, Jimmy, is the fact that ever since we've been doing this camping program, you've always said nothing to us but, hey, we're here to help you. If you guys need some water or someone looking out for you when a group's camping, you've always just been so neighborly and supportive of us trying to connect kids to nature, and it means the world to us.
Work together.
That's right. We all got to work together.
That's it.
Oh, man.
But getting to the Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
You know, let's go back to post-Civil War. Most of the white soldiers after the war wanted to go back home. So that left a void of military and or, let's say, police type force to protect the settlers going west. So Congress enacted the 9th and 10th Cavalry, 24th and 25th Infantry, which was all black soldiers with white officers. And their primary thing, I believe, it started out as just a police force because they chased bandits and they strung wire and they built towns that they couldn't go in because racism was still there, even though they were military. But one of the most significant things of all is that these guys, most of them coming out of slavery, were getting paid. And they were well disciplined because they were coming out of slavery. So they made excellent soldiers.
You know, I'm thinking of, Jimmy, you and I have talked about, you know, fellow Detroiter Shelton Johnson, who's a park ranger with the National Park Service in Yosemite. He's done tremendous amount of research about the legacy of Buffalo soldiers, but as stewards, especially of our public lands. And in his book, Glory Land, there was a piece that really spoke to me that helped me learn about my history in a way that I wasn't expecting. You know, my mom's family comes from the Philippines, and hearing Shelton in his book, Glory Land, talk about, you know, Buffalo soldiers, Black soldiers in this country, you know, going to the Philippines as part of the Philippine-American War, which of course was an awful, horrible war. You know, a lot of war, like a lot of suffering, like any war will have. But hearing Shelton kind of talk about, you know, what people observed with Black soldiers in the Philippines, even though they're fighting, you know, my Filipino ancestors, and their job is against them, that there is this level of sort of just, I don't know, respect, not seeing the Filipinos as necessarily less than human. They just saw them as an adversary, and they're doing their job as soldiers. And
that was the whole thing. Even during the Native American war between the United States and the Native Americans was the same type of scenario. You know, after a period of time of being introduced to these Black soldiers, the Native Americans figured out that, well, they're coming out of slavery per se, but they're Native Americans is going into a form of slavery.
Yeah.
You know? So from my understanding and some of the stuff that I've read, the severity of the battles between the Black soldiers and the Native Americans wasn't as severe as it was between the white soldiers and the Native Americans.
Yeah.
You know? And that's how they pretty much got the name. Was the bravery that they demonstrated in battle, which the Native Americans pride themselves on.
Yeah.
And they named the Buffalo soldiers.
Respect for an adversary.
Respect, yes.
Yeah. Man, there's so much rich history and story, like, about the past that really is sort of informative of how we can treat each other today too. I think that's one of the reasons why I appreciate you all. When we take kids camping here in Detroit, it's so much more than just seeing the stars. It's about like understanding our stories and learning about our history and making relationships with our neighbors here in the city.
That's what it's all about.
Ah, well, thank you so much, Jimmy. Really appreciate your time with us.
Appreciate it. And for those that's out there, stop back what we do.
Right on, right on.
We open to the public, 7/24.
There you have it, folks. If you're in Detroit, Joy and Spinoza, right in Rouge Park, come on by and see the Buffalo Soldier Heritage Association. I'll swing my camera around so I can say goodbye to everybody. Again, thank you so much, Jimmy. Appreciate it. Folks, I think my time is up. Again, thank you very much for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of this incredible day of creators and this community all over the world that's coming together. Thank you for your support for the Outdoors Empowered Network and helping us get kids outdoors. I will tell you, anybody that makes a gift to the Outdoors Empowered Network today, I'll send you a Detroit Outdoors sticker. I know there's a lot of other stuff that maybe you're not doing it for a sticker. It'll be our way of saying thank you so much for the support and give you a little swag from Motown. So thanks so much, everybody. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day.
everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Mammalz Community Spotlight. My name is Rob Whitehair, and I am one of the co-founders and the CEO of Mammalz. With me, we have a very exciting guest, and I couldn't be more thrilled. Billy Allman. He is an astrobiofuturist, and I want to say that again, an astrobiofuturist who explores biology-inspired solutions to improve the human condition for those of us here on Earth and those who will travel to the stars. I am going to leave that introduction right there, mic drop, and I'm doing so on purpose because Billy is so dynamic that I want you all to learn about Billy from this discussion. And there's nothing that just, reciting a bio is going to give you any more insight into him than being able to hear it from, him. First, I want to just briefly say that this particular Mammalz Community Spotlight is really close to my heart. Outdoors for everyone is our theme. And part of our mission at Mammalz is to democratize the nature media industry, to increase representation, to reduce the barriers to entry for people around the world who don't necessarily have the means to buy a $100,000 camera, and have an equitable opportunity to tell their stories about what nature means to them. And while we're building the new Mammalz 2.0 platform, we're doing these events. And this particular one is just, it's the culmination of everything that we've been wanting to do. So our beneficiary today, as those of you who've tuned in before know, we do each of these as a benefit, and our beneficiary today is the Outdoors Empowered Network, and this is an amazing organization. It's a national network of community-led, youth-centered outdoor education groups that are dedicated to increasing access and diversity in the outdoors through gear libraries and outdoor leadership training. So this is such a cool cause. And if you have the means, please donate. You can see the donate in chat of where to donate, donating through Tiltify. And also, I believe in between the segments, there is a QR code that you can scan on your phone, and we've tried to make it as easy as possible to donate. But fantastic organization, fits right in with our mission. So let's just get started. Billy, it's really awesome to have you here, and I kind of just wanted to start with how we met. I met Billy at I guess it was like 16 people who had applied for, well, it was not 16 people applied. There were like hundreds and hundreds of people who had applied for this opportunity to do a 1-week, very intensive media labs training. And it was remarkable, the level of quality people that applied, and 16 people were chosen. Billy was one of them. I was lucky to be giving a talk about how to pitch your projects, and during that talk and in the subsequent conversation after, I talked to Billy, and he gave me a pitch, and at that moment, I knew right then that Billy was shooting for the stars, that he was going to make it. It was so different and so put together and so intelligent and entertaining, and it was all about biomimicry. which is something also close to my heart. And I just sort of fell in love with this man, and I'm just like, I don't know, Billy, you have such an interesting background, an interesting perspective on life. And I think the thing that and the other part of this is, while I wasn't in a position to commission Billy, the thrilling part about all of this is that Billy ended up getting a series on Animal Planet as the co-host, called Little Giants. Phenomenal series. If you haven't seen it, find it wherever you can on Animal Planet. It's completely worth it. And so, number one, congratulations on that, because that's not an easy feat to accomplish.
Thank you.
But let's talk about your journey to get here. You talk about having heroes growing up, and how that inspired you to be who you are today. So tell us about that. Take us on a journey with you.
Yeah. So, well, first thing, if anyone is watching, if you could put in the chat like where you are, I would love to see just like where everyone's phoning in from. Also, the previous conversation, I think there's some 6 degrees of connection or separation with the Buffalo Soldiers. So I grew up as a military brat. So we traveled around every couple of years. And so during my childhood, I spent the most of my time between White Sands, New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas, because that's where my grandmother lived. So every weekend we would drive from White Sands to El Paso. And that's actually where I first heard about the first collection, if you will, of heroes of mine, which were the Buffalo Soldiers. So being the only Black kid, or one of 3 in my class, growing up in New Mexico, and also being named Billy, having like these stories about the Buffalo Soldiers was a huge thing for me. And so eventually my other heroes, Lieutenant Worf and Commander Sisko from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, along with, Steve Urkel and LeVar Burton, whether he was in Star Trek or not. Those were really the heroes of my youth. Zach from Power Rangers came later. But the thing that I gravitated about them was, one, these were all highly intelligent men who had a sense of integrity and honor, but also, they had profound intelligence, and they applied that to some element of their community. So it was just this confluence of all of these different character traits that really kind of, I think, helped form the kind of person that I wanted to become and am still trying to be.
That's wonderful. So I want to just interrupt really quickly, as you had asked about where people are from. We have Margot from Boulder, Pam in San Diego, Arun from New Haven, Connecticut, Himani from India, nice. Mary Sue from Chicagoland.
Nice.
Also, we have a donation from Scott and Laurel. Thank you, Scott and Laurel. Arun and Margot say hello to you, Billy.
Hey, Arun. Hi, how are y'all?
All right. So let's continue.
Yes. Where should I pick up from? Those are my childhood heroes.
Yeah.
And so I studied architecture in my undergrad at Howard University, HU. Studied architecture and had this profound moment while studying architecture in my third year, which was 2006. This is Hurricane Katrina had just hit, but it was at a point where I want to say maybe 6 months after it hit, actually, where during our spring break, myself and 500 other Howard University students, we just got on buses and just drove down to the Gulf Coast to just help in any way that we could. And being there and seeing the devastation, and seeing the contrast between the lower Ninth Ward and the impact on the French Quarter, it left a very indelible impression on me. One, as a designer, as a creator and builder of things, seeing this devastation, and the two, also as a young Black male who's seeing, you know, this contrast and disparity in the destruction being oriented around the color of people's skin and the amount of money that they have in their pocket. And so for me, it left me with this question of how do we prevent this from happening? How do we, you know, how can we prevent it from always happening to low-income communities and communities of color? And how do we just prevent it from happening naturally? I mean, there's so much destruction that came not just from the storm, but from the man-made disaster that preceded after it. And so my final 2 years were a lot of kind of exploring, you know, different ways that people were looking to address these climate change issues architecturally. And that's how I came across Janine Benyus' book, Biomimicry, Innovation Inspired by Nature. And it completely like blew me away, like opened my eyes to this, you know, at that moment, I was Neo, like waking up at the very last scene of the first Matrix and seeing like all of the code of like, you know, that's not just a tree. It's also like this capillary action device technology. And, you know, it's also this power plant. So, you know, after reading that book, like the potential of what is built into our natural world as technology, but is framed as biological, it just, it blew me away. And so since then I'd been practicing the field. I mean, I'd been following, you know, what was taking place in the field of biomimicry, following examples of it. I used it as the inspiration for my thesis project, my final project in architecture. And then eventually I got my master's at ASU in biomimicry and had the opportunity to go to this amazing workshop, this incredible lab where I got to meet Rob. That was actually a huge game changer, because it was, you know, at the time I was just filming, you know, when we had the opportunity to go outside, I would just film what I was learning from our teachers, from the biologists, right? And, you know, my thing is my background is as a designer. It's not in biology per se. So when the biologist would say like, and this is the, you know, whatever Latin technical term, you know, for me, it's like, okay, so that's where the poop comes out. Like, that's all you had to say. Just say, don't touch that, because that's where the poop comes out, right? I don't need the Latin. I just need to know what it does and what it shouldn't do, you know? So that's how I communicate, you know, biology. And it led me to having this opportunity to go to the lab. Special shout out to Kyle and Jenny and Wendy and Nate and Neil from that lab, because that was a huge thing for me, and it helped me understand more about storytelling in biology, and I, you know, eventually it led to me having the opportunity to be on the show with Animal Planet.
Phenomenal. Like that's a fantastic journey. Laurel says, I love that Steve Urkel was someone who inspired you.
Oh, totally.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah. So, you know, you touched on a few things, and it is one of those things that I think one of the things that has inspired me with you is you have this really great way of being able to put things in, you know, sort of layman's terms of, you know, common things that been conversational, that helps us understand complex, you know, scientific concepts in a way that, just like you were talking about, it's just where we poop. You know, there isn't this, you know, quite often scientists get caught up into things. Growing up, my dad is a rocket scientist, but he had this uncanny knack of just being able to make it so understandable, you know, about rocket science. So it just really, I just find it so important that more people are out there, you know, entertaining people about this stuff, putting it in terms that make it easy to understand. What normally, you know, if you get educated about stuff, And often it's like, oh my God, this is, how am I ever going to tell this to anybody?
Yeah.
You know? So, talk to me about that. I'm always fascinated with the idea of design. I think design is sort of this unheralded subject. I think it can change the world. Truly think design can change the world, and design being inspired by biology just like puts that on steroids. It's just like, this is so cool. So talk to me about that metamorphosis. Like, I know, like, you know, generally how you got into it, but talk to me about the things that you really started discovering about design and where that really clicked for you.
Yeah, it actually started with my thesis project. You know, I this is like 2008, but I was looking to create a biomimicry research and design center, right? The idea being that you, as someone who's exploring a problem, could come to this center and work with NGOs and you know, R&D companies and all of these different groups of biologists, and you could actually build your prototype of whatever that is in this center, while also being right next to an ecosystem that was, you know, where the thought for that solution came out of, right? And so in order to do this, I wanted to place it in a place that would be flood prone. And this is 2008. So, you know, I did research like where are things tracking, you know, in terms of flooding and because I wanted to make a statement that if we build this way, you know, it's not about so much of what we build and design today, is particularly in architecture, is to withstand nature.
Mm-hmm.
And nature bends, it doesn't break, right? It facilitates flows, right? Nature adapts. We need more of our buildings, more of our architecture, more of our cities to be adaptive to nature, because this idea of building to withstand, you know, everything's becoming more and more intense. So that concept's not going to work for far much longer. And so I was trying to make a statement about this. So I did research and I found that, and this is 2008, that, you know, the Florida Keys were identified as a place that would have a big storm and a big flood soon. So I placed my building on this plot of land that was like 2 feet above sea level. And in researching, like, you know, how do I make this, you know, how do I design this for what I'm trying to say? I found this website called asknature.org, which was created from Janine Benyus and others as a source of all of these amazing adaptations and strategies that nature uses for a whole, you know, list of functions. And excuse me. And I emailed them and I said, hey, I'm trying to find something that can withstand hurricane force winds and, you know, waves, tidal waves. And someone emailed me back and they were like, you should look into red mangrove trees. Man, red mangrove trees, you know, in an why am I blanking on the name of that? In wetlands, you know, they do that. They're not only marine habitats between their roots, but they also kind of, you know, take the brunt of the tidal force waves and the winds. And so I built this. I built the facility to mimic the structure of the roots of a mangrove tree. And just in the process of trying to design something inspired by nature that functioned like these root systems, it just blew my mind away of, you know, all of the other things that I was learning about. So in a way, design became the doorway into understanding the amazingness of biology, and just the parallels that I was starting to see between, you know, design and design in nature, you know, natural selection, you know, evolution, design, quote unquote. I don't want to, you know, parse those words too, you know what I mean? But it was just in the process of trying to create solutions. That was it.
Yeah.
It was in trying to solve problems that I found myself getting deeper and deeper into nature and into biology and into adaptations. And it just pulled me in. And yeah.
I think it's fascinating. It's to me, it's this area that is so ripe and so huge to wade into. Real quickly, Arun donated to OYAN, so thank you, Arun. That is amazing. And real quickly, going back, a question came across from Pam. How did you feel at the moment you landed that Animal Planet show? It must have been thrilling.
Oh my gosh, that was it was surreal, because when you plan for something and it happens several years sooner than when you plan for it to happen, you're kind of like, I gotta throw all the rest of my plans out because this is happening now, right? So it was amazing. It was surreal. It was hard to believe for a while, and even the whole time that we're filming, it never felt real until it was out, if that makes sense. Because it was just you're just living in the moment of it, but you're also kind of pinching yourself, in the middle of some random place out in Thailand, 90 degrees, 90% humidity. You're still just like pinching yourself, as you're drenched in sweat, right? It was incredible. It was a gift I'll never forget.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So going back to design and nature, a few years ago, I was lucky enough to catch this traveling exhibit called Massive Change. It was an exhibit by Bruce Mao, and it was in Chicago, and it was this enormous exhibit. We just walked in all these rooms, and it blew me away of the things how people are studying nature to, design things for the future. One of those things was Ford, on their like far cutting edge, research and design, was like had a completely biodegradable vehicle that they made. And it's just like, it's so far into the future, but to see where things are going, that inspiration was there. So I feel like it's so important that we have people like you who are out in the public eye talking about this and inspiring generations to understand this stuff. And I think it's such a cool way to connect to nature, is to see the things around you. I know when we first talked, a few years ago, we were talking about the importance of having, like the kids in the inner city understand like the things around them and how that's inspired by nature. And like that to me hit so hard because, there are people like Pam and I have talked quite a bit about, people in, Chicago who don't even know where milk comes from and this type of thing. And so I find it like it's one of the most important things. Do you feel like there's this opportunity now that by using design, it's sort of this bridge that can have, get people to understand, where it's not just like, here's nature. If you're in a city, you're kind of like, I don't understand exactly what that means, but now you've got a vehicle that actually can help connect them.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things about right now. There's so many elements of design that have touch points with so many people around the world, that all of those touch points become an opportunity to talk about the value of the organisms and life forms on this planet, right? Like, which example do I want to give? There's so many. I can't. I'm blanking on trying to pick one, but I think I'll give you an example of something that, and I know we'll talk about space down the road. But I'll give you a recent example that I came across that kind of blew my mind. Actually, yeah, this is actually a great example. So many people wear sunglasses, right? You have what I'm assuming are reading transferable glasses to sunglasses.
Yep.
At the very least, you have sunglasses. Many people in the chat probably have sunglasses. Some of these sunglasses are those yellow kind of, they have the yellow lens on those sunglasses, right? To block out the sun. Those sunglasses are the result of NASA scientists studying hawk eyes to develop a visor for astronauts to wear to block out UV radiation, right? So these NASA scientists realized that many birds, particularly some hawks, have a layer of oil that covers their eye and filters out UV light and UV radiation. And they mimicked that in the creation. So when you see those goldish visors come down and they're blocking out the sun with those visors, you can thank hawks for that. And a company took that technology that NASA invented and spun it off into developing sunglasses that do the same thing. So that's a touch point from technology, sunglasses, to space technology, to a awesome bird, right? That awesome bird led to those innovations. And that becomes a story of why we need to protect all of these amazing birds, because we still don't know all of the cool things that we are yet to learn from them. And that's the approach that I have, but it's also the opportunity that I think for us to connect the dots between the preservation of other life on this planet outside of our own to the things that make our lives easier.
As you were talking right there, you were telling that story. I'm just like getting chills. That is so spot on. It is so spot on. Wow. Arun has asked a question. He says, I was wondering, where are we with using synthetic biology to create buildings? Do you think we'll be able to plant a seed and grow a house within our lifetime?
Within our lifetime? I think that's a great question. I think there's a lot of movement in synthetic biology, and I by no means pretend to be an expert on it. But of the little I know, there's a lot of movement in the space. I think things like a pandemic help accelerate explorations in areas like synthetic biology. The reason I say it in our life, the reason I focus on in our lifetime is because of technology. In a lot of places, life is getting extended and longer. So depending on how long you live, it's possible. I think, planting a seed and then watching a building grow, well, it takes a long time for anything to grow. So I would say it depends on the size of the building, right? Like maybe, I'll give you another example of that. Right now, there are companies and organizations that are exploring if mycelium can be used to 3D print houses for living, on the moon or Mars. So in some ways, it's a lot closer to reality than people think. But I think personally, I think the amount of programming that you'd have to put into that seed, we're still a little ways off from, being able to drop that. But it depends on how long you live.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great question.
Talk to me about astrobiofuturist, because you're not only interested in the natural world here on Earth and design, but also space. My dad was a rocket scientist. I'm like really interested in this whole sort of metamorphosis into the astrobiofuturist.
Yes. So my background is in architecture and design. I've spent, over a decade as an experienced designer and a storyteller in the themed entertainment industry, creating immersive experiences. So my approach to design is through storytelling. And so I look at, what is the story of an experience, from the moment that someone enters into this experience, beat by beat by beat. What are they doing? How are they feeling? What is the perception change that they're having? So that is one that's one category of where that comes from, right? Just as a designer, understanding that everyone experiences stories every day, right? When you show up at work, pre-pandemic, and you're asking your friend, "Hey, how was your weekend?" And they go into like, "Well, we did blah blah blah, and then we did da da da." They're telling you a story. Stories and experience are overlapped and interrelated. And so my work is to design experiences and using stories to design experiences. And so in doing that, the work itself is rooted in, what is a future opportunity of an experience or a story. So that's where a lot of the futurist part comes into play, around designing future experiences that are sustainable, that are equitable, and that provide a sense of opportunity, create opportunity. The astro and the bio part we've talked about, which is biomimicry, and just the work that I've done around exploring that and practicing that. And then the space part goes back to what we talked about at the beginning for me with a lot of the heroes that I had. So, for space is in some kind of subconscious way, the vastness of space subconsciously communicates this idea of infinite possibility to people. And for me, there's one particular story that really kind of tied all these threads together. And it was understanding how the moment that we had with this kind of global awakening to challenges around social justice and, with the murder of George Floyd, there was a lot of, reflection that people had, myself included, around that. And it was at the same time where I was really starting to dig deep into a lot of the space exploration and a lot of the technology that have been developed. And I realized that there's this one piece of technology, it's referred to as CMOS. It's this little chip that enables everyone to have a camera in their phone. And this technology was developed as a result of space technology. And this technology allowed and allows people to capture moments of injustice when they are otherwise not believed. So the moment that was captured of the 8 minutes of the killing of George Floyd, in part, can be tied back to the invention of this technology for space. And that understanding of how space impacts so many unforeseen parts of our lives, and especially in this social construct, became a lightning rod for me in a lot of ways. I was always interested in space, but never saw myself, because I wasn't an engineer, as someone who would be allowed to talk about space. Mm-hmm. And at some point, I just started listening to those, those dreams that you have in the very back of your head that seem really far-fetched, that you never want to get into. I started listening to it, and it was about talking about space and combining the passion and the work that I was doing as a practitioner of biomimicry and as a storyteller and as a designer, and putting those things together, because there is this interesting relationship between the touch point between nature and space, the touch point between space and society, and the touch point between nature and between society and space, right? There's this interesting overlap that happens, and that intersection of nature space, nature, and the human condition, or designing things that can improve the human condition, which became the intersection of what I do. So the astro, the bio, and the future came together, and really, it's amazing how the work that's come out of that, and the questions that people are asking me about, and the things that I get to explore and talk about are all intersecting at those 3 points.
I think it's wonderful because, you know, to me, by doing that, you are sparking people's imagination. You're making it so that they have this hope and this ability to think beyond, which is something that, I mean, so many things came out of our push to explore space. So many things, and there's real world things that we have now. And so to continue that on and talk about the future and how we're going to be not only here on Earth and improving the human condition here, but in, you know, space as well for people who will be traveling, is phenomenal. I want to end this with something, and you talk about designing the future you wish to see. And I think that is something that I just like. It's so important, and I think it's a message that people from, you know, people who've lived a long time to the youngest of people need to understand that that's something that we actually can do. Can you talk about that? Because that's something that is sort of at the core of what you talk about.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, just kind of flowing from what we were just discussing. One of the things for me is the idea of like reminding people who they are and who they come from. You know, the exploration of space is not a new thing that started, you know, in the 50s and you know, in the 19th. Like, we've been exploring space since our arrival, right? The navigating by the stars, right? You know, enslaved Africans pursuing, you know, the drinking gourd, pursuing the North Star to liberation, right? This idea of you know, touching heaven, so to speak, is not a new concept, and it's something we've been doing successfully for a long time. And when you remind people of that, when you remind them that that's where they come from, it puts a piece of confidence back in them that the other things that they want to do, they're capable of doing. And so for me, the idea of me announcing that I'm an astrobiofuturist is me putting into practice designing the future that I want to see. One where kids who otherwise wouldn't see themselves as inventors, as engineers, as future astronauts, they see themselves because they see me listening to the dream that I'd quieted in the back of my mind for so long. And those dreams are a big part of who we are. And I just think it's important to have the courage to be the future self that you secretly want to be, but are too scared to acknowledge. And just do it slowly, right? Just do a bit of that dream. Like every day, just try to get one little inch closer to that dream. And at some point, you'll realize that you've accomplished so much when you look back that you might as well just keep going. And there's so much that the world needs from us right now. The least we can do is pursue our dreams.
So well put. So well put. I'm sure everybody is giving you a standing ovation right now. Comments are coming in. Keep up the good work from Jody. Mary Sue says design informed by nature is such an interesting concept. Alex says you are one of the most fascinating people I've heard from. Can we please hang out?
Sure.
Janet says, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Your passion shines through. And Pam says, this has been so inspirational. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And from me, I can't thank you enough for joining us here. You are always an inspiration, and it's a pleasure to talk to you. So I think we'll wrap up there. Once again, I think that you are really onto something here, and you are tying it all together and being able to inspire the world to, design the future that they want to see. So thank you so much, Billy.
Thank you, Rob. Always good to talk to you. And if anyone does want to reach out to me right now, you can find me on Instagram at Billy_Allman, ALMON. And Rob, you're the man.
Well, I appreciate it. Look forward to the next time we talk.
Definitely.
All
Thanks
right.
again.
Well, you take care. Thank you, everybody, for joining.
Outdoors Empowered Network is a national membership organization that is committed to increasing access and equity for the outdoors. And so the core model that we use, that all of our members use around the country, is to build gear libraries where folks can borrow gear for either free or reduced cost, and then also training programs so that people can learn how to go out and take their families out, take their students out into the outdoors, whether camping or hiking, so that they can do that safely and with the skills that you need to know your way around that process.
My name is Jackie Radia. I work for Get Outdoors Sled Build, and my job in that organization is to manage everything gear library and family engagement and programming.
At Outdoors Empowered Network, we have gear libraries across the country, from the San Francisco Bay Area to Seattle to Austin, Texas to Boston.
The best thing about the Outdoors Empowered Network is the fact that you are a network. You hold hands, you reach across, you work together, and you share each other's successes and each other's challenges.
The network to me is this amazing community of professionals and dedicated, passionate folks that want to help people get outdoors. And I see that there's this common bond that I have with them, and it's an opportunity to share our knowledge, our experiences, our successes and our failures, so that together we can learn from one another and be able to do the work that we want to do to help get particularly young people, in my case, outdoors, and just to do that work even better.
Part of increasing access to the outdoors is being very upfront and acknowledging the challenges, the historical challenges around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And at Outdoors Empowered Network, every day we're looking at different ways to increase access and to make sure the way that we're approaching the outdoors is from a very culturally inclusive way. A lot of people don't grow up camping. They don't know how to take their kids out camping or their classes out camping. And Outdoors Empowered Network works with communities to empower the whole community to shift its culture around getting kids outdoors. And finally, every contribution really impacts our ability to continue to go out there and to do this national work and to seed and support gear libraries on the national stage. Hi, Louise. It's so great to
Hi.
see you.
You too.
I'm really excited to be having a conversation with you.
Me too.
So, I would like to start our conversation with both introductions for you and also just, as we do at Outdoors Empowered Network, and in many places in this work, I would like to start with a land acknowledgement. So I don't know if you want to have any blessings or prayers you want to say for where you are, and I'm happy to add.
I guess I say this surface that I'm sitting on is in the Four Corners region of the U.S. and I'm down by the Little Colorado River area, which is the male deity in our culture, the Net culture, the representation of the female that is on here on Earth in this region. And the Little Colorado River represents the female deity. And then the bigger Colorado River, the one that comes on the west side of here that runs through Green River, Utah, and then into the Grand Canyon area, that one's the male. So I just want to acknowledge the land here and many different tribal members live along these rivers, and a lot of migration has happened here throughout the centuries. So then also that, we have the landholders, which are the animals that have always been here longer than mankind. And I just want to acknowledge them and the plants, the vegetation that is here. It goes through changes, but there are some that have always been here and they continue to be here. So I just want to recognize all life, the water, the land, the environment and the air that is here that we're in. So I just want to give that recognition to them.
Thank you, Louise. And I would like to acknowledge that I'm in San Francisco, which is the traditional and unceded land of the Yelamu Ohlone tribe, who was genocided during the mission times here in California. And I want to acknowledge and grieve that. And like what you were saying, Louise, I want to also really give thanks to the land here and to the waters and to the air and to the trees and animals, and in particular the river valley that I have grown up in and live in, which is the Islas Creek River Valley, that is such a powerful part of this land here. So thank you. And yeah, I would just love to hear you introduce yourself and the work that you do, and just some things that you want to share about the work that you do. And then, I'll ask questions.
Okay. I am Louise Benali. I'm from Big Mountain on the Black Mesa region in northeastern Arizona originally. And I'm 60 years old. I'm a grandmother and a mother and a community activist. I've always been a community activist ever since I was a child, due to the fact that we have always been impacted by land development by multinational corporations that want to, dig out resources, make whatever they want to with it, and then abandon it. So then we were left in this as long as I remember. And so in the early times of my childhood days, everything was beautiful. Then as I become a teenager, I realized that there was a lot of the devastation going on. So then I became activated to become an advocate and to speak for my community at the time that didn't speak English. That was majority of my community because I come from a traditional Dene community of Big Mountain. And we were facing off with the federal government, the tribal government, and the multinational corporations over land rights, resource issues. And through that, I also learned that, there needed to be some ways to recognize the young ones, which I was at the time. And we had good leaders that were very inclusive, that took us to show us and to help us understand what was really going on and what we should be aware of and what we should do, basically, to help ourselves and our community. So through that, I learned to do community organizing and pulling resources together and um, working with the community at large. A lot of times it was elders, and then it became youth after a certain time. I become a parent, and then I had to recognize that the younger generations have to have a channel to function, to see things through, so that they could understand what was happening with us and to us at the community level. So then we started organizing a spring gathering, which used to happen in Big Mountain for a long time, like 25 years. And there we would do like political updates. And then throughout the year, I would go and meet communities throughout the country and, invite them out and try to educate them about what was going on with us. Excuse me. But so through that, I became aware that there was such things as World Council of Churches, which gave us a lending hand in helping us advocate for our rights to Mother Earth and to give us a voice to address some of these issues. So through them, we were able to travel throughout the country to colleges, to church groups, to community groups, to political organizations, political people, lobbying. And then from there, we got acquainted with the International Indian Treaty Council, and they were the advocate program then. This is in the 80s. So through them, I was able to go to the United Nations a couple times to represent my people's case. And through that work, the children grow and they're looking for something to do. So then through our ceremonies, through our spring gatherings, we were able to pull together an art program for them to come together and relearn a lot of the old art ways. They call it art, but for us, it's life skill ways. And I try to continue that to this day through a small group setting and sometimes a big group movement setting. It depends. But before the pandemic, it was more like a big movement that was happening. So when the pandemic started, it really kind of impacted us because we were no longer able to gather in bigger numbers, no longer able to travel and do things that we would like to do otherwise. So, everything became isolated, and So now I just work with the immediate small group of youth that are kind of like, well, they are family members, and I keep that circle small, and I try to, get them to learn about things and be aware of things and know how to have the skills to do whatever they need to know for their life, for their survival, and also the connection that where I'm at. So we might get cut off. But most of all is just to encourage the young people to become involved and know how to have the life skills, know how to do whatever they need to do, and learn from whoever knows how to do whatever, so that they will have those knowledge, and then they can share that from there. That's kind of like the the point I stand on, and try to make that how it works.
Thank you for that introduction, Louise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to speak any more about any of the sort of more specific areas that you're working with. You and I have talked a lot about teaching the young people about the natural world around you, and the traditional ways that you've gathered food and medicines, and and some of, if you would like to talk a little bit more about some of that work, um, and how you're working with the land changes as you do that, because I know that the land has had a lot of disruption with climate change.
Yeah, the land is been impacted, and so what I do is I take them out, do nature walk, and then we do identifying plants, which ones are food, which ones are medicinal, which ones are edible, and so forth. And on the medicinal, we share what is used, what is used for whatever, food or for medicine. So that's one thing we do. The other thing we do is we take and we take down an animal, a wild animal, a domestic animal, part it out, make use of every bit of it, and show them how that's done. And if there's a hide that needs to be saved, which is usually the case, how do you tend that? How do you store it? How do you, take care of it, basically? So then that's the kind of stuff we do. And then also with the plants, you dry, and some you use only certain parts, like the root or the leaves or the flowers. Some you use the whole thing, depending on what it is. So just a difference in those things. And then when to pick it, which season is it good to pick, because there's certain times that you pick things. Same way with animals, the wild animals. You harvest them at a certain time. And say, for example, the rabbit. You don't do rabbit in the summer or in the spring when it's warm, because they have tumors. So the best time for that is after the first snowfall, when the air is more cold. That way the tumors are no longer on them. So for safety reasons, we only harvest deer in the fall, about September, new moon September on into November. Otherwise, they become pregnant, and when the males start mating, then the taste changes. It's not the same. And then the female ones, by then they're carrying babies, so you don't want to get rid of them while they're going to be moms. So things like that you should just be aware of, and we work according to nature, and then we do some teaching about. Lately, we've been invited to schools. I have COVID right now, so my voice might go away. I don't know, but I'm starting to dry out. But so we do stuff like that, and just a lot of hands-on project. Working with your hands, doing things by hand, and a lot of times, visual. I believe that kids learn quicker with visual and actual on hands project. And for myself, I didn't go to school and sit in class and learn that way. I had to learn, with what I'm teaching now like that. So, but anyways, I might have to get off pretty soon. But
let us know when you need to leave.
Okay.
But I guess the last question I would have, so that then, and we just appreciate you coming on despite what you're working with right now. And I am praying for your continued health and safety here. I want to know if you have any messages for those of us outside of your land and your people, like what we should know about, how we can support the work that you're doing. Just any messages that you'd like us to carry with us into the days and weeks ahead.
I think right now we just collected the gear to be used for camping. So then the next step is probably to once we're back in the orange zone on the Navajo Nation, meaning there's no interactive activities allowed right now because the COVID is back and it's rising again, and it's spreading really fast. So I caught it unconsciously. I just woke up with it one morning. I don't know where it came from or how it happened, but it just happened. So right now we're in the stage of harvesting a lot of roots. So things like that, we need resources to jar things up, to dry things up, and just supporting stuff like that where we can, I guess monetary support is what we need to buy screens, make drying screens so we can lay out whatever on there, either food or medicinal stuff or meat. And then the other thing that we need to be investing in is the food. So it's always a challenge because the waters are disappearing faster than we can imagine. The drought is high and the land was basically really dead, like when you came in June. So then about a few weeks ago, these storms just started happening because people have been asking for rain, for water, but we got a lot of that. So now we got a lot of green plants, and we had all the watering holes where the wild animals get water are all full again. And there's vegetation for the wild animals again. So nature works in a mysterious way, but you have to be humble and you have to do the right protocols with it to make it hear you and help you if you really mean it from the heart. So right now, that's what's needed is, just kind of educating, helping the kids do things, and then getting the supplies and resources to make things, have them make things, because I try to make them do things so they'll know how to make it, how to do it, not just wait for something that's already made at Home Depot or whatever, you know. That's kind of like where we're losing it in this society today. We're letting the youth just lay around too much, stare at their phones, and get brainwashed so they can't think for themselves. What I'm learning is a lot of them don't have a sense of direction. They don't know which way the sun comes up. They don't know which way the sun goes down because they're glued to a little machine, you know, that whenever they turn this way or that way, it tells them west or north, you know. And without that, they're so lost. So we have to bring their minds back somehow and remind them that they're humans and they have hands to be working with. And so I think that's where this problem of greed needs to slow down, and we need to turn that around for them through outdoor education, educating them, letting them know that it's okay to put your phone away and go out and walk in nature. Appreciate nature, enjoy nature. There is happiness there too, uh, but that's real happiness. It's not stress. You know, it's not like because you don't have this or that application on your phone, you know, because that's kind of like, for me, it's kind of not real in some ways. I guess that's why I don't know how to get on the computer. But that's what they need to learn, you know, is there's a real world that they need to remember that they are from. And they're only humans, so computer, we're not going to turn robots overnight. So you still got to eat, you still got to breathe air, you still got to drink water. So those are the stuff that they need to remember. So I think outdoor education does that for them by taking them away from those things and taking them out to nature and letting them see the bigger picture around them. And you know, from there they go and see that there is life out there that do exist, and that helps them bring their conscience back that we're all alive, living beings, a part of this planet. And so we need to really stress that more and more. And so OEN has helped us get a couple kayaks and, you know, life preserving vests. And the kids that go out and play in the water, they really, really appreciate it. And it means a lot to them because I don't swim, I don't mess with water, but they go out and they have a good time. And it's good to see that because I would never, ever be out there myself. And I get offered to go out, but I say no.
That's
I need,
wonderful.
yeah, I need big balloons to help me float. But anyway, so it's
So,
been good that way, you know.
Louisa, there is a question, and before I ask the question from the audience, I just want to just let everybody know who's been listening that if you go to my website, Outdoors Empowered Network, that's outdoorsempowered.org, and then /ICC, that gives the address for where to send monetary donations for Indigenous Cultural Concepts, which is the organization for which Louise is doing this work. And please, you know, consider supporting the amazing work that she's doing with her young people and all the education that she's doing. I know that Louise, you've really impacted my life, and I've learned so much from you. And so please support her work. One question is from one of our audiences is if you live in a world where you don't know where the sun comes up, which direction the sun comes up from, how do you start to learn that?
You have to go out into nature, set up a tent, wake up early and find out which way it comes up from. You have to wake up to it, and then you'll say, oh, that's the east, you know. That's what we got to do with the young ones. That's what I do. I take them out and set them up, and then, you know, in the morning, they wake up and they're like, okay, you know. So then we build a fire, and then we put water on, and, you know, we cook on that open fire, so they'll have a sense that, you know, this is, you can live this way without always thinking it's going to always be plugged in or you're going to touch a button, because I work in that field, the energy field. I always try to bring them back to that where it's at, you know. Even with water, you know, I have a water set up. So in my gathering, whenever this thing goes away, we will have another gathering someday in the future, and you're all invited. It's a camp out style, and so we do camp out in the morning. We call a morning circle. So then we serve breakfast, and then after that we do a circle, and there we talk and teach and train and show you what we're about. And that's the best way I can show you. Otherwise, I can talk and talk, but it's not going to go anywhere, because like I said, you know, you got to be a part of something hands-on wise to know what it takes, the motion, the energy, and the feeling, you know, it will really come out then. So that's what I do. And I'm in the process of looking for a different 5013C sponsorship, because the one that I'm working with is kind of like not working out too well at the moment. So that's where I'm at right now.
Great, thank you, Louise. I think that we can certainly help support that happen too. So let's talk off after. And you know, you have I just heard there's a lot of folks who are really enjoying this right now, who are watching us live, and so I really appreciate the teachings that you're bringing. I think that you know, I know that it's always better outside where you can feel the landscape and be in relationship to that. But just even here, it's really amazing to be able to hear you speak and to teach us all. And I know I deeply appreciate everything that you've taught me. And I want to just acknowledge that we're getting towards the end of this conversation. But if you have any sort of final words or final prayers or final, you know, final things, action things for us to do to make this to help support you and make the world around us a little bit better. I'd just love to hear any closing thoughts that you have.
I'll say a prayer for all of you, because in the last few days I've been dealing with this COVID thing, and I just felt ill one day. All my muscles were sore, and then I just kept moving around. So then my children says, go get checked. So I got checked. They said, you're positive. So then everybody got scared of me. So then I have to go to a room in Winslow, of all places. And that's where I'm isolated. But over the phone, I called some friends, you know, relatives, and they all prayed for me, traditional elderly people. And they brought me herb, you know, to use to help heal. So I just want to share a prayer for you at this time. You're out there somewhere in the world, but Begin Danosini is Ade and so Zinkonha Ate Shada Ate Ate. No, conste ni snide ya snide kon. Zestana Ade that's a good day to handling day to until not Ade kon. So they need you, was you not out this kon. Nay, nature adult, how you at Ehunana that out this probably last line in clean. Was your old lation so additional. Pojana hustling, Pojana hustling, Pojana hustling, Pojana hustling. May you all walk in beauty from the spirits of the 4 different directions, that you'll be blessed and walk this beautiful life in a good way. And thank you for your time. That's what I said.
Thank you so much, Louise, for spending some time with us. I really appreciate it. And everybody wants you to feel better very quickly. Um, and um, and that's definitely coming across on the chats here. And I just want to also extend that prayer of you feeling better to just your whole people, because I know that your people have been particularly impacted by this. And and may all your family and relatives, and wider people also begin to really recover, so that you can get out and be in community and do your traditional ceremonies with each other in good ways. So I'm really grateful to have to work with you and to be able to support the amazing work you're doing for the kids and young people. And I'm just so grateful to be able to call you a friend, Louise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Bless you.
Well, thank you everybody for tuning in to that amazing conversation with Louise and the conversations that we had prior. Let me just make sure that I'm getting my scene all ready here. It's a little weird being host on something where you're experiencing like 20 seconds of latency between things. Let's see. Maybe we're even going for more than 20 seconds today. Thank you so much to the Twitch chat for popping in here and sticking around. I see over 100 of you have stuck around to listen to Louise. And I want to tell you that we have a couple more creators coming up here. We have actually the person who was just interviewing Louise, Seraph. She's the executive director of Outdoors Empowered Network. She is going to be interviewed by our own Pam Voth right after this break that we're going to take. We're going to take about a half-hour intermission so everybody can go eat lunch. And then right after that, we're going to do some kayak fishing with Outdoors Jamaican. He's a super entertaining guy. I really encourage you to attend both of those events. And then that's going to wrap it up for the day. So for those of you who want to come back, give yourself a half an hour, come back, follow us at Mammalz PBC, and we'll have some more content for you. As a reminder, we're fundraising today for Outdoors Empowered Network. The whole point of today's event is to bring attention to the inequity that there is in access to the outdoors, especially for people who maybe can't afford outdoors equipment or can't find the right education to experience the outdoors safely or in a way that they can truly connect with, or maybe they just don't have a community or a culture that is encouraging their connection with nature. All of those things are being tackled by Outdoors Empowered Network and all of their organizations that are part of that network, including Louise's, including Garrett's from earlier. So you'll hear a lot more from Sarah. She's much more eloquent about speaking about these matters than I am. She'll be coming back right after the break. But yeah, kayaks rule, yeah. Janet, we'll see you then. But yeah, enjoy the break. I'll see you soon. Thanks for sticking around and supporting Mammalz and supporting Outdoors Empowered Network. Everybody to the Mammalz Community Spotlight. I hope you had a good lunch break. I did ask for some animal jokes, and we only had a couple. Actually, I think we only had one. So, Arun, with your fish joke, you win by default. You get a gold star. It's a virtual gold star. I'll figure out a way to give it to you one day. We are about to have a conversation with Pam Voth and Seraph White of the Outdoors Empowered Network, which is the organization that we're fundraising for today. So Outdoors Empowered Network, as you'll hear from Seraph herself, is doing some great work in providing equitable opportunities for people who maybe don't have the right equipment or the right inspiration or community or cultural connections to feel like they can get outside and experience nature the way that they're traditionally exposed to in the media. And we're trying to kind of change what that representation looks like at Mammalz. And a step toward doing that is enabling access for all the people that we hope to put in the spotlight one day. And so by helping to fundraise for Outdoors Empowered Network, we're taking huge steps towards sort of building that base where once we have different voices and perspectives interacting with nature in ways that maybe aren't as quote traditional as we see in the media, but maybe have persisted for thousands of years longer than that. We can, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. We can develop an ecosystem where anybody really has equal opportunity to go from the ground up when it comes to being a creator in the nature, science, and outdoors space. So I will stop rambling because I think Seraph is much better at describing what she does than I am. We're going to jump in just a few minutes with Pam and Seraph, and right after they're done, we have a really fun stream coming up from the Outdoor Jamaican. He's going to be doing some kayak fishing out on a lake, so we're going to get to sit in the kayak with him virtually and experience that about 45 minutes after Pam and Seraph. If this is the first time you've ever attended a Mammalz Community Spotlight event, we do these regularly. We bring in creators from all over the world who have different stories to tell about how they connect to nature, and we offer these virtual experiences for all of us to have where not only can you watch the content that the creator is streaming, but you can engage with it too. You can ask them questions, you can comment, you can donate to causes that are impacting everything that we have common missions around. So I hope you have a good time. I will see you again at the end of this, but get your questions ready for Seraph, and yeah, enjoy the conversation, and I will see you at the end. Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being part of the Mammalz Community Spotlight. My name is Pam Voth, and I'm a member of the Mammalz team. And I'm here with Seraph White, who's the Executive Director of Outdoors Empowered Network. We're all about raising awareness and funds for Outdoors Empowered Network, so we can help support a gear lending library to help get kids out into the outdoors. And so we wanted to just kind of talk with you, Seraph, about what you do, and help us understand the important work that OEN does. Would you like to start off by introducing yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Pam, so much for having me here today, and also just for this incredible community for supporting the work that we're doing. I'm so proud of all of our members and all of the work that we're doing around the country. So yeah, to just get started right away, Outdoors Empowered Network is a network, a membership organization of outdoor education groups around the country that are really dedicated to increasing access and inclusion in the outdoors. And we do that primarily through gear libraries and outdoor leadership training programs. So that's our core model. We've been growing really rapidly. Especially this last year, as with everybody, a real focus on making sure that our model doesn't just give lip service to diversity and inclusion, but really is actively doing the culture change work to make everybody feel safe, comfortable, and happy going outdoors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And how many members do you have as part of this network?
Yeah, that's a great question. We're growing really rapidly. Right now we have 16 members, but one is in the process of coming in, and so we're growing pretty quickly around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And do you have capacity to bring in new members?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, the process to become a member we can talk about later, but it's basically you have to be the right fit. You have to be really committed to building a gear library. It's not really a model that works if you're not interested in the gear side of it.
Right.
And then yeah, we talk to make sure you're a good fit for the community that we have. A lot of what Outdoors Empowered Network does, you know, we really do two things for these gear libraries that are around the country. And the first thing is that we do a huge amount of capacity building. So that looks a lot like, you know, in some cases, gear acquisition. So earlier, the guest that you had on, Louise Benally, who I was speaking with, we've been able to fundraise for a lot of gear for her to use for her community when she gets them outside, whether it's the kayaks that she mentioned or you know, sleeping bags, tents. So that kind of capacity building. We also do a lot of technical support, fundraising support. You know, pretty much when a member says, I need help with X, I figure out if I can do that, or I connect them to resources with people who can. So that capacity building is just really important, especially as, you know, a lot of our members are community activists like Louise, who are really, you know, working inside of their community to make some changes and to really integrate kids into the outdoors. And so, you know, we want to make sure that they have all the tools and resources that make that a little bit easier. And then the second key piece that Outdoors Empowered Network does is we help curate the community of members. So, you know, we meet quite regularly, all 16 of us, and you know, and we share challenges, we share, you know, exciting things, we look at best practices, we talk about how we can, you know, work through new ways of thinking about things. And especially this last year, that was a really important thing, community for many folks to have. So, so that's the context that then new members are coming into.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I know one of the core pillars of your work is to increase, you know, to work within a DEI framework.
Yep.
And I've heard you speak about that, and I just thought that would be an interesting place to start to kind of, you know, what does that mean? What does that mean? And the work that you guys do, and I'd welcome you to like introduce us to those different
Great.
pillars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that what I want to just start out with is that, like, you know, for those of us who love getting outside and getting into the outdoors and being in nature, it's such an incredible thing for us to do, for us to share with our families, our friends. But there are real and systemic barriers to outdoor access that are historical, generational, and then in our current cultural context. So it's not just enough to say, well, here's gear, or, you know, here's a scholarship or whatever. We really have to support the culture change both in the larger outdoor recreation industry and in, you know, in the communities that want to have that, to make sure that kids feel safe when they go outside, and that, you know, that there is the appropriate, you know, resourcing and skills training, you know, for that to happen in a way that's fun for everybody. The last thing you want is, you know, a kid to try and go outside and to, you know, be stuck in the rain without rain gear and then yelled at for being in the wrong place. Like, you know, just there are a million ways that everything can not work. So we just really want to make sure that especially first time experiences are positive and encourage continuous continuously coming back. So just, yeah, again, to give that framework that for some people getting outdoors, it's the barriers are invisible, but for some communities and for some people, those are they're very real. So so that's the context. So for Outdoors Empowered Network, we are looking at 5 key areas that we're really committed to working with, and, you know, like I said, doing more than just paying lip service to inclusion. So the first one is we're really working with diversity. So that means that, you know, our members are oftentimes community activists from the communities. They're the ones that are deciding how getting outdoors looks, and what's appropriate from their cultural context. And that really varies from community to community to community. So there's no one answer for what good outdoor recreation looks like. And my commitment is to make sure that we have enough voices in our membership and any of our other leadership areas, so that that we really can speak from that diversity of experiences. And then we have, again, that diversity so that there's a broader and broadening, you know, it's like an active action, understanding of what the challenges and barriers are. So that's the first piece there. You know, the next piece that we are looking at when we talk about getting into the outdoors is actionable language and being really clear what our goals are. So, you know, when any opportunity that we have where it's easier for, say, where it seems like it might be easier to sort of skate around a challenging issue, we try and actually name it. So even, you know, we have a practice of land acknowledgement, and I want to just even here acknowledge that I'm on the traditional and unceded lands of the Yelamu Ohlone, who were genocided during the mission system here in San Francisco. And like, that's real. It impacts the land. It impacts the feelings of the children on the land. It impacts the descendants or relatives of the people who were impacted. And we can't just say that, you know, to a lot of the outdoor recreation often, you know, has historically had this sense of, you know, a wilderness is this untrammeled space. And that's actually like a, you know, a genocidal way of thinking about the landscape, because there's no part of certainly this country that has been unpeopled for tens of thousands of years. So to really name that generational trauma and that cultural the cultural challenges that the challenges is to, there's no strong enough word to express how I feel about the genocide that's also written on our landscapes. So anything else is like less than how I actually feel. But we have to be explicit about that. We can't just say, oh, it's hard, or oh, it's in the past, or there's no, like, so every single piece, you know, when a year ago when Christian Cooper was nearly killed on the same day that George Floyd was murdered, we have to be explicit that calling police on a Black man in Central Park is attempted murder, and that is a barrier, a dangerous barrier that people of color very often have to face when going outdoors. So just the more explicit we can be. When you're explicit, you of course run the risk of getting it wrong or hurting someone's feelings, and that's why it's, again, an active experience, because I'm always learning, and I'm always, I'm reading and learning and being in community to continually push myself to be able to more fully and deeply understand the explicit actions that I need to be participating and cultivating and curating for my community. So I don't know if you have any questions about that. I just
yeah, I just love that perspective, and I love your demonstration of that perspective, because that kind of gives people an idea where they could jump into this process and be like, because some people are just like, I'm not even sure how to start addressing that and start, informing themselves and about that there are even issues, like it depends, I think, on the lens that you look out at the world, and the opportunity to become educated yourself by just being open and really listening and really kind of looking at your language and looking at your preconceived, like, this is the way it is because this is how I showed up. And it's like, no, just because you're here now doesn't mean this is the real, like in the terms of like, just like you said, kind of erasing and genociding like the things that have come before, and the experience that people had where you are standing right now, in the centuries past and all that. So I think just the being aware that, how you show up is, you have your own perception, but, be open, I guess, to helping educate yourself about, other issues that might be invisible to you because they haven't been part of,
absolutely
your perspective.
Absolutely. And that leads to the third piece that we always use when we're looking with our DEI framework for our organizational programming, which is the generational trauma. And, so I think that, like, for the listeners, the first step is to learn what is the history of where you are, like, and dig deeper, because there's no part of this country that has a blank slate, or that where everything's just fine, and it impacts the land and the spirit of the land, and it also, the way that we tell the story impacts how how we're allowed to relate to it. And I think one thing for me that's really important, and this is before we even get into the work with children, which is much more particular there, but I think that it's really important also to look where is the story being told in a way that the language is asking you to sort of deny responsibility or deny understanding. And a great example is that a few years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I was with my children in Yellowstone National Park, and there was an exhibit that talked about the buffalo disappearing, and it was in the passive tense. And because this is an area where I have always been interested and studied a lot, that the buffalo did not disappear. There was no passive tense in their disappearing. The buffalo were killed as part of a campaign against the Plains Indians in the war that had been, up to that point, in many cases quite successful for the Northern Plains Indians. And it was effectively a war crime to destroy the food source. And so then there were no buffalo, but that's not a passive voice. It's not something that happened to happen. It was a genocidal war crime against the original people of the land there. And if our national parks can't even use the proper tense to acknowledge wrongdoing, then how, if I don't know anything, how am I supposed to engage with the landscape around me? And so to really look where something is hidden in plain sight about the history as well, because that can be that where it's been covered up, that can really be helpful in starting to open up to the challenges and history in the landscape. And I believe that nature's healing. I believe that going into the natural world is incredibly healing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this work. But I don't believe that pretending that there isn't history and there isn't trauma is healing. So sometimes when we go into the natural world, into the outdoors, we have to actually go through a period of responding to our innate feelings of what has happened. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that for all of us, because as we spend more time outdoors and really let ourselves connect with the landscape, we will feel those feelings. And for me, who's not as connected personally to the history of the landscape, it's challenging enough sometimes. But if you're someone who has history or has grandparents who were impacted by that, and so this is where for us, when we start talking about the children, making sure that when we're doing training programs for young people, for leaders of young people, that everybody is aware that this is real, that kids have histories and have generational histories to the landscapes that are not always happy, and that part of getting outside heals that, but not if we tell them that they're doing it the wrong way. So we really have to open up how much space do we have for kids to be part of that generational healing. So that really addressing generational trauma is really important to us, and we bring it into our practices, like I said earlier, with a land acknowledgement. But we're also always looking for other ways to integrate it into training materials, into our conversations, into our thought leadership conversations like this today, to just really raise awareness about that nature's healing and wonderful, but we have to acknowledge the history.
Yeah, that's so important. And I mean, just for people who might be listening, like, if someone is like, wow, I really want to learn about this land acknowledgement, because I've seen that be part of language out there even more and more. And I'm seeing a community that's kind of, always, maybe putting that at the bottom of their Instagram post or something like that. I'm seeing that rise up. And for people who haven't seen that or who are interested in that, what's a good way for them to kind of demonstrate that along with, with people who are already demonstrating that and make it a thing?
That's a great question. And I want to just, even before I go into that, acknowledge that land acknowledgement is the beginning. It's like the hello. It's not the ending. It's not even the middle. That it's the beginning of the acknowledgement of how much work there is to do around healing. So I know that sometimes the feedback about land acknowledgements is that it's not enough. And no, it's not enough. It's really just the beginning. I think that there's some great websites that explain land acknowledgement practices. I would also Google whichever tribes are in your local area, because they oftentimes will say how they feel about land acknowledgement practices and how they prefer to have their land acknowledged. So that's an important piece to really, if you don't know who that is, look it up. There's a lot of great resources, and see what that looks like. I think it's really important to read the history of your landscape and see if you can understand, see if you can find resources for what that is. And it doesn't start when, Columbus or, De Anza or, Lewis and Clark or whoever it is that oftentimes so many of us are taught in grade school.
That's when it started.
So just be really clear. If that's where it starts, you don't have complete.
You didn't go back far enough. Keep working.
Sometimes you have to just work a little bit and do some some Googling. It's amazing the resources that are available now. And again, always center the voices and the wishes of the people whose landscape it is. Next steps are some of what has, people talk about is some communities and some groups actually have like land trust or land buyback or other similar organizations where they ask you to volunteer a tax. So I actually do pay a land tax to the local group here that does that. And then just wherever you can be an advocate for bringing sovereignty back to the sovereignty of decisions back to the people whose land it is, not just on reservation spaces, but in general. So if you're part of a conservation group for some part of this country, like, is there indigenous representation? And and just always ask who's at the table, so that those practices and those ways of understanding the landscape are reintegrated wherever possible into our land management practices.
Okay, those are good starting points, like you said.
Starting point.
It's not that you're not done.
No,
you're not
no.
done. But just, like if we all can start and just know that that there's work to be done.
Not starting, or starting is better than not starting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I would say again, don't be afraid to make mistakes and then listen to feedback. So, and it shouldn't feel comfortable. I think that's the last piece, is that it won't feel comfortable. If you're touching into it, it will not feel comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I think that for the framework, if I'm going to just keep going.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know you have more.
What is the culture? And so are we looking at a power over culture or a power with culture, with who we're partnering with? And that's everything from funders to members to the way that we're talking about the kids and the partners of our members. And that it's just really important. So much of the historical environmental movement, conservation movement has been sort of, we're going to help you, and nobody wants to be helped that way. It's just, it's not, it's not, nobody wants pity or charity, right? Like, but we can all collaborate with each other. And so that's, I think, a really important piece, is that if I'm offering capacity building support, I'm offering it with, in this with way, because I have a particular set of skills that I have at Outdoors Empowered Network. But at no time is it that I'm helping or that I'm demanding that it look a certain way. The more that it comes from the sort of from within the communities, so that we can really be in partnership. And it's always a blessing when those kinds of partnerships show up as well.
Yeah, that's so working with through a community and making something happen that is what the community, how the community would like to have it happen, or
Exactly.
like you said, offering up the if there are skills that you have to share and they're welcome in the if they would be useful, then they're available, that kind. Okay, so we covered, was that the entire DEI framework? I think
the last piece is just that it's incumbent on OEN to always share what we're doing, because we're at the front of this conversation in the outdoor industry. So
and just being a leader there.
Yes, I will talk about it to anyone who wants to hear.
Okay, good. So I wanted, because we're talking today about trying to get some more gear into into that part of the program, because I know training, doing the outdoor leadership training for the adults that are already trusted by the youth that are in these programs, that's a really important part. But let's talk about gear for a little bit, and how do gear lending libraries really kind of help support that inclusive culture and help make the get the kids outside and start that process?
Yeah, so I think that the first piece is that gear, especially well-made gear that can last for a very long time, is expensive. And especially when you have never gone camping before or hiking before, or, you know, to get everything all at once is particularly expensive for anybody, really. You know, and for folks who are not growing up with parents or aunties or uncles who camp or who get outside, that, you know, where there's not the hand-me-downs already in place, to even get started can just be a huge barrier to getting outside. And you know, I know that you can have fun in the rain without raincoats, but it's a lot nicer in the long run if you can stay warm and dry, if you feel safe, if you know, just like, you know, yes, you can sleep outside without a tent, but for most people that's a you know, you have to grow into that rather than start there.
Right.
So
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
so gear is really expensive as a startup fee. And so what the gear libraries do is centered in communities. They basically provide, you know, an opportunity for classes or for classrooms, for families, for after school organizations to take a group of kids outside who may or may not have gear. You know, it doesn't then impact the budget of the school or the aftercare program or what have you. It's held in the community at large. And you know, and it allows you know, a teacher to take a classroom on a camping trip to a close campground, or even on a hiking trip. A lot of our gear libraries have a lot of shoes, warm clothes, rain gear, and really what we're looking for is gear that is easily teachable about. So, you know, not something that requires a lot of expertise. So someone can learn how to set up a tent and manage a group of kids in a you know, outdoor space fairly quickly. And then you know, so that's tents, warm clothes, shoes, sleeping bags, sleeping pads, and then you know, more specialty gear like snowshoes, sometimes cross-country skis. We're trying to open up into fishing poles. I get a lot of requests for bike connections, you know, camp chairs. Just what are all the things that make something, you know, kitchen gear that make things really enjoyable. So so that piece is important. My sort of back of the envelope costs for setting up a library is it's about $15,000 in sticker, you know, the sticker price to get a group of 15 out at once. So that's, you know, for every person, it's about $1,000 worth of gear.
Yeah.
We do get a lot of amazing donations from gear companies, so I just want to give them a shout out. Osprey is amazing. Patagonia really helps us with a lot of our clothing. Thermarest, which, you know, has of course, Thermarest pads, but also sleeping bags and tents, has been really supportive. Mountainsmith does amazing stuff for us. Okay, now this is all in my head. GSI Outdoors, I can't say anything without GSI Outdoors. They make incredible kitchen gear that really, you know, lasts for a long time. And I'm just gonna, because I do have it all in my head.
You can look at notes. It's so funny because you must be mind reading, because Acropolis Blue just asked the question in the audience. Acropolis Blue says, the work you are doing is amazing. Has the outdoor gear industry embraced this cause? And do you have any companies that donate gear or provide it at a very reduced cost? And then, just as that question came in, we got there.
So Oboe's Footwear has done amazing stuff for us. Cabela's Outdoor Fun, that's Cabela's and Bass Pro. They've done great stuff. And then UGQ, which makes quilts and tarps, has also done a huge amount for us as well. So you know, they just, and I'm always looking for new gear relationships. You know, I could, with the speed that we're growing, I could probably, you know, build out libraries for 50 to 100 new folks every year. So we just really appreciate all the support that the gear companies have provided. And then, of course, that donors provide, because where it is at, where I have to pay for gear at cost, that, that makes a difference to have donations. And then, I think that the training program piece is important, because if you just say, well, here's a bunch of gear to a community that doesn't have experience camping, it's going to sit there. It's not going to get used. It's not going to be supportive to their interests. And so really building in a collaborative way the training programs that support the community leaders to know how to work with kids in the outdoors, that it allows it also to be more than just one person who's doing everything. It allows that person to teach the teachers and the aunties and the abuelas, just like everybody can then participate in this community building. And I think that part is really important. So most of our members do have some sort of training component, whether it's very formalized, this is how you set up a tent, this is the type of meal planning to do, or whether it's more informal, like this is, here you're checking something out, how can we support you with this? And, so donations are not just about gear. It would be that's about half of, the gear is about half of our budget. The rest of it is helping, again, that capacity building. Even things like we're building out software so that folks can check out gear online, and and OEN is supporting all of that process of building that software out. So so
That's
there's
really cool.
it's really cool, actually. We're it's pretty exciting, and it allows us to support the needs of the members without having to sort of extract lots of consulting fees or anything like that. So pretty much once a member is a member, if they say we need support around a lending system or around redoing our programming or some of this stuff, we work with them. It becomes part of this collaborative community. So support to OEN also allows us to do that freely.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to imagine what a gear library looks like. And we have, just to let you know, we have about 5 to 7 minutes left to kind of wrap it up. But so a gear library has to live somewhere, right? So there has to be some sort of facility, and then is there storage, or is it like my garage where it's jumble?
So hopefully it's organized.
Yeah. I'm sure it's way more organized than
again, that's where definitely some of the really established gear libraries have big warehouse spaces, and everything stacked up and super organized. And I was at the Mountaineers, which is one of our members in Washington, and they have wheelie carts so they can move their shelving back and forth as they need it. So definitely that's a huge part of it. And if you live near one of our members and you're interested in the work that they're doing, please also look at how you can support them for infrastructure needs like that, because that's real. But we also are really committed to not being the barrier to creating a gear library. If someone has a garage and that's something that they feel comfortable with, and they can get have the right sort of formation of the right kind of I think that we tend to not work with individuals who are only working as an individual. We encourage them to be organized, to be organized. But once they, if it's a garage, because that's what's accessible to them and to the community, I've seen, storage units used as gear libraries, really sort of however works and where is accessible to the folks who want to borrow.
Are there, when people are checking out the gear, I mean, so you said that sometimes it's warm clothing or hiking boots and footwear and stuff like that. So I imagine does a leader of a group come in and they know all the sizes of everyone, or does the whole the whole group of youth come and kind of like make sure that they're outfitted correctly, you know, sizes and all that kind of stuff?
So that's going to vary from gear library to gear library and group to group, just what the policies are. But for a leader to come in and check out, say, a bunch of gear for a class, especially when you start to have a classroom of folks coming out as opposed to a family, at that point, then they will have probably more formal training from the gear library itself to make sure that they, you know even which types of warm clothes to encourage their young people to have.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. And do the gear libraries include like cooking stoves and things like that? So okay, because I heard just meal planning. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think that that's a really important part of taking kids outdoors, is planning really fun meals that are food that they love and that also makes them feel connected to themselves. So like, I just took my niece out camping and made her lots of pancakes, and my mother was with her afterwards, and she said that my niece just kept asking for pancakes because it was joyful. Like, when kids go to the outdoors, you want it to be joyful, and food is such a great way for creating both community and joy. So I think that having really good, interesting food that the kids like, and this is also a place for like asking questions, cultural inclusion. If you're working with a group of kids, figuring out what they're eating at home for breakfast, and planning that as part of the meal, as opposed to just sort of a generic list of breakfast foods, is really important. But food is such a place of community and joy, and that absolutely belongs in the outdoors.
Yeah. I mean, I would have to say that's true. I mean, there are some things that when I go camping, like that's the only time I eat that stuff. Might be pancakes too, but try not to eat too many pancakes otherwise. Man, there's nothing like a pancake in the woods, really.
No. Recently, I've been making sure when we go camping, though not so much this summer with all the fires, to take our Dutch oven so that my kids have brownies for dessert, just to give them that little bit of extra sweetness.
Yeah. I mean, you and I are both like, our cheeks are like, we're smiling so much. I think that, like, being able to go out into the outdoors and have that, those experiences is just so important. And, we just are, I'm glad that we had a chance to meet you and meet what OEN is doing and start to understand that more, because I just feel like the work that you're doing is so important, and and getting youth into the outdoors at a time when they're it's really important, and getting families out in the outdoors. I mean, those things create really special memories that can really last a lifetime and be a really beautiful part of life. So
absolutely,
really good. I think I'm just trying to see if we have any final questions. We do have just a couple minutes left. Is there anything else that we hadn't touched on in terms of the work that you're doing that would help people understand just the impact that you are bringing to the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think that some of it is just like a numbers game too. So if you're looking at a community that has a gear library for 15, that's not the same as 15 spots on a trip. That means capacity for 15 kids every weekend to go out into the outdoors. Right. So that adds up and multiplies very, very, very quickly. So support that you are able to provide to Outdoors Empowered Network really has this multiplier effect. And then because we're centering communities and really supporting the integration of the outdoor experience in community, that means that when a kid goes outside, they love it, they get to go again with their friends, which is of course also important for kids. And then maybe the next time they go, they each get their own sleeping bags because they've saved up because they like it enough, and then they take another new person. So it really has this exponential effect of opening up outdoor recreation for a whole new communities who have been excluded for all the reasons that there are, like I started out with, there are barriers. So, so through OEN support, we're really working to help to support and do what we can to be part of alleviating those barriers, or at least creating structures around those barriers to make kids feel like they can make this their own.
They can do it. Well, very good. Well, that multiplier effect is just one that I would like to leave our viewers with too, because, it's that sort of, when we buy a set of gear, it's going to be in play and being able to be lended for multiple people over multiple years. And so I think with that, we're just going to wrap up this segment, but it's been wonderful to talk with you, and it's been great to get to know all the work that you're doing. And Mammalz is going to be one of your big fans all the way through. So thank you so much for spending some time talking with us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. And thank you to everyone here. Outdoors Empowered Network is a national membership organization that is committed to increasing access and equity for the outdoors. And so the core model that we use, that all of our members use around the country, is to build gear libraries where folks can borrow gear for either free or reduced cost, and then also training programs so that people can learn how to go out and take their families out, take their students out into the outdoors, whether camping or hiking, so that they can do that safely and with the skills that you need to know your way around that process.
My name is Jackie Radia. I work for Get Outdoors Sled Build, and my job in that organization is to manage everything gear library and family engagement and programming.
At Outdoors Empowered Network, we have gear libraries across the country, from the San Francisco Bay Area to Seattle to Austin, Texas to Boston.
The best thing about the Outdoors Empowered Network is the fact that you are a network. You hold hands, you reach across, you work together, and you share each other's successes and each other's challenges.
The network to me is this amazing community of professionals and dedicated, passionate folks that want to help people get outdoors. And I see that there's this common bond that I have with them, and it's an opportunity to share our knowledge, our experiences, our successes and our failures, so that together we can learn from one another and be able to do the work that we want to do to help get particularly young people, in my case, outdoors, and just to do that work even better.
Part of increasing access to the outdoors is being very upfront and acknowledging the challenges, the historical challenges around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And at Outdoors Empowered Network, every day we're looking at different ways to increase access and to make sure the way that we're approaching the outdoors is from a very culturally inclusive way. A lot of people don't grow up camping. They don't know how to take their kids out camping or their classes out camping. And Outdoors Empowered Network works with communities to empower the whole community to shift its culture around getting kids outdoors. And finally, every contribution really impacts our ability to continue to go out there and to do this national work and to seed and support gear libraries on the national stage.
go on and start. Just introduce myself. Yeah, this is outdoor Jamaican. There, Lake Decatur kayak fish. So today I'm gonna try to catch some crappie today. I'm not gonna do too much bass fishing, but probably catch some crappie if I can today. So I'm gonna let them know a little bit about this lake. This is a man-made dam where I'm at, so it kind of looks like a T. It's got 202, there's about 2.2 billion gallons of water here. It comes off of the Sangamon River. It ventures off and then it goes back into the Sangamon River. So I have a whole heap of fish here. I have striped bass, hybrid here, flathead, catfish. I have blue cat, crappie here, bluegill. I have some bass here. Bass is not too much here, but I have bass here. And then I have walleye. Believe it or not, I have walleye here. The depths of this dam, this reservoir is about, I want to say about 22 feet. It's the deepest part of this place. And then I have whole heap of carp here as well. So I have whole heap of fish here if you're into fishing. Of course, I have whole heap of, it's on, I want to say, acreage-wise, it's a big enough acreage, but can't remember acreage-wise. It's about 2,000. I want to say it's about 2,900 acres is here. So about 52 miles of shoreline I'm out here at this lake, this man-made. So like I said, it's not small, it's pretty big, you know. Pretty big place, decent size. So yeah man, them are bluegill, them are pumpkin seed there. You know the pumpkin seed, man, I love catch them because I'm so nice looking, you know, pretty fish. So there are bluegill and pumpkin seed. Not as much bluegill and pumpkin seed as most places would go, but this place have pretty much so. So I would say, I would give this like a good on bluegill and pumpkin. Not excellent, but good. Oh, I could tell you you guys something interesting about here. So about 12 years ago, they started having, if you guys know what an American pelican is, it's an all-white pelican. Them start have them migrate over here about 12 years ago. They don't know exactly why them start come here, but but the theory is that them get switched off on a storm. A storm had switched them off of them normal route, migrating route. So them end up here. And once them end up here, them start migrating here every year for the last 12 years. So if you come up here during the fall time, why you see so much pelican. It looks like it's an ocean up here. I know this. Hello, how are you? So it's pretty busy. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's got a lot of people out today. I guess it's because, who knows, I thought next week gonna be a lot of people out. The weather is just nice, you know. So this is one of the first days that the weather here in the Midwest is like, right now it's right about 88 degrees, but I have like some breeze. So for the last like week, it's been like 90 something and probably about 100, over 100. So anyone that live near Midwest, you know that it's called like Midwest burn, man. It feel like you're in an oven. So it's a nice day with a nice breeze and stuff. So soon I can just pitch up right over here and just launch off, see if we can catch a crappie or catch a pumpkin or a bluegill, something like that. We see some people up here, so see what we have. Okay. Sometimes I use live here, but I could put a cynical on here. with the split on there and just see if he catch like a stripe or something, you know. Fishing is like my ultimate angling. It's like the stuff I love doing. I love hiking and outdoor stuff, but this is like my zen. I get rest. This is like when I say I'm taking a breather, this is what I do is fish. All right, let's see what we got. Put that bad boy out there. Yes. So the way I use this cynical with this drop on it, I let it drop down and then I bring it back up all the way vertical. And then I let it sink back down and then bring it back up. So believe it or not, the dude that invented this method is from Missouri, from the Ozarks. So if you go there, use that method for gar, catfish, bass, smallmouth. That's like the best method we use for smallmouth. It's a drop with the cynical, the drop. So like this, but sometimes I'll come here and fish this for the white dam, and then sometime for the catfish. Oi, 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 get off and get off. I'm almost introduce you to your first fish here. Yeah, so usually I'm there about 3 to 6 months a year. So usually I'm there half of the year, but since COVID and the restrictions with COVID, I kind of bed down here in the USA for a little bit. But since the restrictions soon lift, you know, since you either you need a job, or if you don't have a job when you go there, you have to quarantine for all about 1 month, you know. So you can't leave nowhere for 1 month. So it kind of messed me up. If I go there, that I have 1 month, I just have to sit on the house. So I'm kind of like what you call a hyper, so I can't sit on the house 1 month. So that's why I haven't been back. I'm soon gone back now because it look like I said, the restriction, them I come back off of the restriction a little bit. So I gotta go back down there. But usually anywhere from 3 to 6 months I'm down there, you know, half of the year. And then usually I come up here for always for the summer up here. I usually come because I have some nephews that live up here stateside. So I come up here when I'm off school and stuff, you know, college and then high school. So yeah, so usually summer I'm up here and then I kind of stay until right around, I want to say, we kind of stay right around till the end of September or September. And then I just go back a yard, go back home. And when we go back home, then we come back here again summer. So that's it. It's a nice life. I can't complain, you know. But I will say, you know, when I go back to Jamaica, that's more where I go to refresh, because there's so much like everything is so much slower. Like you don't have to, it's not so fast paced like here, you know. So like the movement of life is slower, so I like that. So it make you relax a little bit more, you know. All right, let me try, see if I can get some. Biggest crappie, we catch a good one about over 10 pounds before, you know, so them get pretty big. These ones here that you can catch where I'm at right now, average about, I want to say anywhere from about 1 pound to 3-4 pounds. But them are big one here, because we know them have a crappie contest here, so we know them catch some big one here. So that's what I said, them usually have Wally. But my biggest, I want to say it was about 10 pounds, maybe 3 ounces, something like that. But we're a pretty big one, you know. But we see some brethren catch some bigger one than that, you know. So you know them come big. Usually right now, not synced up for the crappie them because we have the cynical one on there. But what I brought out here for today just to catch a crappie is bring some little 1-inch float lure them, and then we bring some waxworm them too. So I have some go them for the white bass there. So you can catch catfish on this too. You can catch a woolly buff fish on this. So just because she's asking for the crappie, I'm gonna go ahead and load up for a crappie right now. Crappie pretty easy because we're just gonna throw the bobber in there and let that float, you know. Could I work 2 poles right now? So that's why I have it this way. So I can work 1 pole and then work another pole. Kayak fishing, oh wow. That's almost gonna tell my age. Probably over 15 years when I kayak fish. Probably before kayak fishing was kayak fishing. Probably way before that, so I kayak fish a while. I have double hip replacement on my hips, so I played sports when I was growing up and stuff, so I have 2 hip replacements. I have my second one them about 2 years ago, so probably in another 10 years I'm gonna have to get replaced again because I had hip replacement at such a young age. So I like the kayak because I hike a lot and I'm outdoors a lot. So I like the kayak because I can still go outside, but then I can rest my legs, you know, so that way I just use the upper. So that's how I get so much in the kayak fishing. It's like my rip. What's that? Yeah. They usually have 3, but since we have to do the live, I have my 3rd pole hung. That's where you guys are right now. They usually have 3 of them going. I love it. Yeah, it's fun out here. I like that. What I like to see, like when you have the people out and they have their kids out here and they're fishing, so it's nice. You know that fishing releases so much chemicals in your brain. Releases a lot of chemical. Oh, hold on. No, yeah. It releases a lot of chemicals in your brain, so releases dopamine, serotonin, and then it's a good tool for, obviously, for multitasking and staying busy, just doing. I shouldn't say multitasking because there's no such thing as multitasking, but at least organization, you know. Oh yeah, you guys want to see the lake? Hold on. Hold on, let me see. Let me get this pool in. Cruise around the lake. Hold on, guys. We're not gonna be able to see all of the lake, because remember I told you that lake is big. But I will cruise around. Hold on, let me put these 2 poles up and we'll cruise around real quick. All right, guys. Hold on. Lift it up for you. Hold on, guys. So that's how you get out of the lake. And then it wraps around. So when you come, if you come for the migration, the pelican them, that's where they're down there. So this is it. So it kind of tees over. I can go, I'm gonna go across, see there's a little spot there, so hopefully we'll still have signal. I'm gonna head over. You guys wave at the people. So you can't, can't really, I don't even know if he's supposed to have that on, but he's doing good. It's not going too far, too fast. This is a new wake zone, so that's why I come over here to fish. which is right now false because we have some weight, right? So the ones that I'm trying for, the crappie, they're more so over by, they're usually around like piling, so that's why I turned back around. That's why I was over close by this dock, because they're usually right over here when I catch the crappie them. So sometimes I can get some white bass over there, some hybrids, and some crappie, but then, so I don't know if they can see that. Let me see, I have to raise it up. I see the dock over there. So that's where they're at, the crappie them. They have them stack them over here. I know for a fact the water is too high, but I know for a fact them have what them call a crappie box over there. So that's where them have some of them spawn them over. And then if I turn back around, like right around here, you catch, right where I'm at right now is more like catfish, because this is a little deeper water right now. So, and then let me show you. If I go over, you see the woods over there, that shoreline, and then this shoreline over here is more so where you have some bass over there and some other fish over there. So, and then for the walleye, you have to go, the walleyes are on the other side of this. So you have to go deepest part here for the walleye. Deep, deep. Yo, bless up for the donation them, you know, enough respect. That's what I look on. So bless up if you're throwing a donation, enough respect. Bless up. Oh Lord Jamaica, for real. Alright, look at this. Left hand, I see a little kid. So I'm gonna go back now, try to catch my crappie now. So the other thing that I do here is that since me personally, I don't eat lake fish, so I usually use barbless hooks to catch these fish, because I'm just gonna release them back, you know. So I use the barbless hook to catch these guys, because I'm just gonna release them. I bring this is for my trash, if I see trash, and I always bring this to grab trash, and then I always bring a dry bag to put the trash in. So it don't make no sense to bring a plastic bag to put this trash in. So make sure you just have like a recyclable dry bag when you're getting garbage, and just wash it, you know. All you have to do is just wash it out. But sometimes you see, we're not trying to be like picky or not, but sometimes you see people that do that, they have the big trash bag. So well, oh yeah, you could use like a biodegradable one though, you know. Trash bag. All right. Yeah, right when we launch off, when someone asks to see the lake, we get a bite. So we're gonna go back over, try to get one. Florida is my favorite place to kayak fish. So Florida has like more. Okay, so fun facts. Florida has more biodiversity than any other state in the United States, but that's including foreign. So when I mean that foreign, I mean like alien creatures. Like, you know, you go Florida, you see monkey, you see peacock bass. Peacock bass are from South America. You shouldn't even see them in Florida, but them there. So you see a lot of what we call aliens there in Florida. The most biodiversity in the United States is actually the Great Smoky Mountains, no lie. So if you've never been to like GSD, Great Smoky Mountains, go there, because that has the most biodiversity. But where I love the kayak fish is Florida more so, because Great Smoky Mountains for kayak fishing is more whitewater rafting. You don't really kayak fish there, but Florida, they have so much springs and lagoon, and then, like I said, even when you're fishing, you see alligator, you see manatee. You know, if you go up on my Facebook, you see how much stuff I see. I see so much stuff, and like when you see manatee out there, you know, you give them manatee. I call them freshwater reservoir dogs, because if you have your bladder with the manatee, they'll come right up to your kayak and take some water from you. So that's my favorite place to kayak is Florida. Springs, you know, you have springs, marshes. The wetlands, you have swamp, you just have so many different places. You even have, if you go down Everglades or even like north, like over to Georgia, you have kayak camping spots to where you have to roll in on your kayak. So I love doing that. So a lot of times in Florida, I go to Mosquito Lagoon and I kayak fish. And what I'll do is get a camp spot at one of the islands. So they'll have like shipwreck 1, shipwreck 2, but your kayak boat, anywhere from 2.1 nautical miles to about 3.1 nautical miles. So that's a little 2.1 nautical miles is about what? I want to say about almost 3 regular human miles. You know what I say? So nautical mile a little bit further than regular mile pan land, you know? So yeah, man, it's nice. So you go out there, you just have your own little island. You camp there. You get on your kayak fish. You see porpoises. You see shark. You see everything, man. It's amazing. So it's kind of like you could free up your mind. You know, you could just have like this freedom, and then you see exactly like some of the stuff like some of the settlers see. You know, so that's what I love. Oh my God, you can almost see why people like that, you know, like when they talk about pirates and pirates said they saw mermaids, you can see why with a manatee, because when they flip the tail up and they go, it looks like someone, like a human is in there with a fin, you know? So you can see why. And then even if you catch a glimpse of their face, sometimes it'll just appear human-like with the nostrils and everything, you know, with the eyeball, the eye, them I look on you. So man, I'm telling you right now, if you never go to Florida to swim with manatees and to be around manatees, you need to do that, because they're such a peaceful, for a creature that weigh over 1,000 and something pounds, when you get in the water with them, I'm not lying, they're so peaceful. Like, you may be scared at first because it's so large, but you'll see it's so peaceful. Peaceful creature. Yeah, make sure too, if you go to Florida and you see like boat water, people speeding, just tell them to slow down, because that's how they get those marks on back of them, because people are speeding with the prop boats, and they're real slow. They don't move too fast. Jamaica is like my soul, so it's like my place. So when I'm here, I see so much stuff. I love it. Visit friends, family. But Jamaica is my recharge. So when I go to Jamaica, I go back a yard, we call it. That's my recharge, like my brain, my soul, my mind, my body, everything go back to 110%. So yeah, I could never not go to Jamaica. I could never not want to be at Jamaica. I mean, to me, it's the most incredible place. I mean, we have so much there that people don't know. And sometimes I'm like, shh, make sure them don't know. But we have so much place, you know. Most people, when I think about Jamaica, I'm thinking about Ocho Rios, Montego Bay, Negril, you know, all the tourist place, man. That's not me. Where I stay, where my house is right at a place called Linstead. It's like the #1 agricultural place up in the mountains. And when I go there, man, I just have so much fun. When I go, it's like Spanish Pond near the Flat Bridge. When I'm gonna go Black River, I'm gonna go all that kind of place. But Jamaica is just, it's amazing. I mean, I always tell people, even people right now that's watching, if you ever come to Jamaica, come make sure you check me out, man, because I come pick you up and take you around, you know, show you some stuff you never see before. You say, wow, this is really Jamaica? It's amazing, man, amazing. Thanks for asking that, it's amazing. I have to stop because I could talk about Jamaica for like probably about 8 hours straight. All right, yeah, I know it was good. I wish we had more time because it was good hanging out with you guys. I wish we would have catch a fish while we're out here right now, you know. So, but I'm sure after I get off, I catch a fish. That way, yeah, throwing some more, catch something else. But yeah, man, this was fun. Next time, could I be at a different location and just, you know, we'll check it out. Hey, next time we should do one to where I'm down at Florida and you guys see the manatee them. For real, because that you will love. I would be like, oh, and you see me craziness jump into there with the manatee. I show it to you on the ground, like in the water, you know. Yeah, I'm glad. I think that the thing that work was staying near the dock, so that kind of work. We have some good transmission there, so now I'm gonna go to the other side. Hey guys, thanks for checking me out. You can go check me out if you want on IG, Outdoor Jamaican. I have that. And then I do have an outdoor guiding company called Living Wild Adventures that I take people out on guides and tours, So if you ever want to see something like manatees, or you want to see bioluminescence, or you want to see certain snake, anything, I'm your guy, Just look up my webpage and you can go on there and then give me a call. And if you mention that you see me on here, trust me, we'll give you a big discount. So that way we have to do something to where we link up some money and make sure if people come to the Living Wild or something, they will just, make sure we get a donation, go back your guys' way, Sponsor it.
Thanks for everybody for sticking around all the way to the end. That was a pretty fun way to end the Mammalz Community Spotlight. I know that Outdoor Jamaican is super excited to join us again for another one. He just said it would be fun to go check out some manatees in Florida. So I think that's what we'll do, huh? That sounds like fun. Maybe get him a backpack that'll let him go a little further into the woods and see what we can find. We have almost raised $1,000 for Outdoors Empowered Network, and I want to thank everybody so much who donated, so much who just watched and supported and asked questions. Really, even if you can't give donations to these fundraising events, participating, spreading the word, sharing out these streams, interacting with the creators, all of that is so beneficial to our community, to the experience that the creators all have in supporting this mission, and of course to the beneficiaries that we support. So I very much appreciate you all sticking through this 6-hour event. We'll let you know when the next one is and what the theme might be. If you want to participate in one of these upcoming live stream events, we're going to start working with people, especially those who have maybe never live streamed before, and helping them get to the point where they can feel confident about live streaming in a live ecosystem like this. And we'll put you right in place with the people who are super experienced at this, so that we can have some mentorship going on and we can really just raise up everything that we're doing together to support the missions that we care about. That's really the overall goal of what Mammalz is trying to do. So we'll have these big events, these community spotlights every once in a while. We'll regularly be streaming them, but in between that, we have a lot of exciting stuff coming up, more one-off events of specific creators doing specific really cool things, maybe some world firsts, first time ever something's been live streamed. And then we're going to be working behind the scenes with all the creators through our Discord community and through our social followings to help prepare people for what's to come. And so definitely reach out to us if you're at all interested in being a live content creator in any of this type of content. I'll put you into the Discord group. We can talk there. You can meet all different kinds of people that do this. Until then, if you would like to make a last minute donation to Outdoors Empowered Network, just scan this code. I'll also send a message in the chat so that you can click right over to the Tiltify link. Outdoors Empowered Network is getting 100% of whatever we donate to them today. And again, all of that is going towards supporting these equipment libraries that they use to send equipment to partner organizations all over the place that help youth access the outdoors, particularly youth that has trouble accessing outdoors, either because they can't afford the equipment to go have these experiences, or because of other reasons where maybe they just don't have the inspiration, they don't have the community that can help them do it, they don't have the education to maybe do what they want to do and they want to learn. So yeah, every dollar that we can give them counts toward quite a few lives changed. In fact, since we're almost at $1,000, that's about 200 people that we're going to impact with this equipment over a lending life of 5 years. That's dozens and dozens of weekend trips for these youth. So I can't wait to see what kind of an impact that has. And I'm hoping that we can, in fact, be connected with a lot of those youth through these partner organizations that we now have open doors to see if maybe the next step for some of those who are particularly inspired and become passionate about the outdoors could be that they would live stream on Mammalz. How about that? It's almost like we had a plan. No, of course. Thank you, Margot. Thank you, Pam. Himani, thank you for coming in and watching all the way from India. Janet, I know you've been an MVP for so long in this community. Thank you so much for watching. Acropolis Blue, I'm pretty sure that's Rob, my business partner. Thank you for hanging out and chatting with everybody. Alex Coburn, I saw you come in there at the end. Hopefully, Alex, we can jump in with another content segment yourself soon. I know that question you asked about what Jamaica meant to the outdoor Jamaican was particularly something that warmed his heart, so thank you for throwing that in there. Sarah, thanks for coming in and asking so many good questions. I will see you all at the next event that we do. Just make sure that you're subscribed to our newsletter or to one of our social accounts, and you'll find out about what the next event is. Because it may not be an MCS, it might be something else fun much before then. But yes, there's a lot of exciting stuff happening, so keep your eyes and ears open and reach out to me if you want to participate in any capacity. We're always looking for more creators, we're always looking for more assistants. This show doesn't run itself, unfortunately, so I would love to teach anybody else how to do what I do, so that I'm maybe not quite as like frantic and rambling by the time I pop out as host. I think maybe like Arun or Hamani or Janet, maybe one of you should host next time. What do you think of that? Yes, thank you to all the creators. Thanks, Pam, for making that shout out. Well, I hope that you all have a wonderful afternoon and rest of your weekend. I am going to go take a rest and have some food and take all of this momentum and do something with it for our next event. So I will talk to you all later. Again, thank you very much. Have a good day.